to sign, by the way.
So
I'm Bryna Jordan.
And I'm Mia Howlett.
And we are going to be keeping you company throughout today. We're just waiting for our guests to arrive. Who can tell me what is coming up today?
So we have some incredible speakers coming up today. I've heard Cornwall Pride are going to be here, Black Voices Cornwall, and I do believe there's two extra special guests doing a talk later on.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Are we ready? Are we feeling, is the anxiety high or low?
The anxiety's low. We're really excited to be here.
I think it's easy when you're talking about things that you love and you enjoy. So the whole point of Chaos Con today, it's become a bit of an annual event, actually, hasn't it? Is to really celebrate the community, showcase some of the great work that's happening, and get people talking, get people working together, because Cornwall sometimes can really struggle at that, actually. So this is all coming your way. We're going to be live streaming some of our conversations today, just giving you a bit of an insight for people who maybe can't get here today. Beautiful venue.
It is. It looks absolutely amazing. It's nice and temperate in here as well, because I was a bit worried it was going to be too cold.
Temperate. That's a great word. Carry on as you mean to.
Yes. No, but it's really, really lovely. The effort that everyone's put into this is insane. You did this all yesterday, didn't you?
I can't take any credit for it other than plug a few things in. Yeah, I didn't do very much. The Chaos at Eden team have done a fantastic job transforming the space. I don't know what other shots we've got, Owen. You can maybe just have a bit of a swizz around, but we can see here on the TV. We are live from one of the polytunnels. So this is I believe the Growing Hub here.
Growing Point, I believe.
Growing Point, thank you, Bryna. Here at the Eden Project. Chaos and Eden work in partnership to bring you Chaos at Eden, which is a fantastic day service for people looking for meaningful activities. Runs Monday to Friday, and Eden have very kindly given us a space here to have as our own. So the guys are growing quite a lot of fruit and vegetables. I mean, what have we seen? I can see some beautiful peppers.
Yeah, we had a tour, me and Bryna. We were maybe thinking about what we could have for lunch. There were some beautiful peppers, some chilies, also the tomatoes. For me, could be a Christmas decoration. They look very cute.
They look
very
gorgeous.
festive.
Yeah. You know, organic Christmas decorations. We could go into that.
They'd last about a couple of weeks, but we can still... There'll be 2 weeks of fun,
I guess. The smell might not be good.
I'm really resisting the temptation to be like, fresh fruit. Don't do that. They are growing. A lot of the produce these guys grow here goes into our food boxes, which go into our larders that go across mid-Cornwall, helping to kind of feed and also complement people's dietary needs as well. So, it's all very circular, isn't it?
Yes. It's lovely being here. It feels very... I don't know, the atmosphere is very high. Everyone's very excited to be here, and I'm excited as well.
Yeah. So look, we're going to go to a little break. We were supposed to start half 9, but I don't know what's going on. Everyone's getting their coffees and stuff, time. So it is chaos time. So let's have a little break, and when we come back, we'll see if maybe we can have a chat with some other great chaos people. Hello and welcome back to Chaos at Eden. It's Chaos CON'23. Look who I found.
Little old me,
Little old
country
you.
gal me, caught me in the flower beds.
That'll be later on, I suspect. Yeah. Henry, how are you?
I'm good. It's so good to be here already, chatting to these people. And I mean, it's really different for me because I'm not feeling guilty for standing there talking to these lovely, lovely people that I get to. Because normally it's for, yes, work purposes, but they are dear, dear friends as well. So it's really special today to get that time with them.
And today, you and our very own Jess have really been the instigators of putting today's lineup together, getting people to come along today. It's beginning to fill up quite nicely now. Yes. Tell us, what were you thinking when the challenge was kind of dropped to, right, Hen, put on a conference?
Yeah, so the theme today is equality, diversity, equity, inclusion, all of that really good stuff. And it was really important to me, after going to so many events throughout the year, throughout the county and things like this, that everybody feels represented. And I think that was really important, that we focus on not about us, without us, and make sure everybody's represented. You know, somebody from minority groups, we've got lots of groups here from various different backgrounds and lived experience as well, which I think is just as important. So it was really nice to sort of go through the Rolodex of contacts and go, yes, they'll be great here and things like this. And, you know, they're full of knowledge as well. This is the thing.
That Rolodex gets bigger and bigger, doesn't it, as the months go on?
I love it, yeah.
And we were actually just talking to Lisa from Cornwall Pride a minute ago, and I think Lisa really nailed it. And something we were talking about is about stop trying to do things as individual organisations, really collaborating and come together to have a bigger impact. And for me, I think that's really what this is about today, because Chaos are very much about connecting organisations, getting conversations starting. So it's lovely to be able to showcase all the great things that are happening, give others a platform. But I think the biggest things is about the kind of getting people together today, isn't it? You know,
this is it. And I think, like you say, it's always been the Chaos way, where we've always been on the same team. You know, whether it comes down to the care industry or the health and well-being or the holistic approach, where we've never put up those invisible barriers, and we've always worked with people and, you know, tried to achieve those same goals. And so long as somebody's being helped or receiving some form of help, then our job's done, we're happy, you know. And like you say, it's all about that linking up, the signposting, community contacts and that side of things. There's such power behind it, and that's where we need to put our focus.
And for those who can remember last year's conference, we did that at Chaos Farm out on the Roseland in the teepees. Beautiful views. We had nearly a week out there, actually, didn't we?
Stunning. I had a lovely tan.
You did have a lovely tan. Those pictures keep popping up on my timeline as well. Very different venue this year. Tell us a little bit about Chaos at Eden and why it's important to come here.
So we're up here. We're at Chaos at Eden. We're literally in a polytunnel. Like, this is what you think it is. This is what you can see. The magic of Chaos TV brings us here. But for Jess and myself, it was really important that, yeah, we could have picked a nice fancy conference venue or a nice warm hotel somewhere. But we thought, you know, let's really show the people what work is being done here up at Chaos at Eden. It's such a great group. They've all been invited. All the participants from Chaos at Eden are coming along as well. So it was really important to involve them. Like I say, it's not going to be about them without them. And I think that's really important that we're in the midst of it here. Not a single chair matches. It's very chaos. We're up here. The flags are up. True chaos style like that. And again, that's the magic. That's the special thing about it all here. And
I think you are right. It is really nice to be able to bring the whole of Chaos to Chaos at Eden. Chaos at Eden, very new project for us, certainly. The guys doing fantastic work. It continues to develop, but they've been through a lot of change. So being able to bring the wider Chaos team here today, whether it's the digital stuff with live streaming here, or, you know, it's lovely to see just some of the conversations with, like, some of our Chaos local volunteers, Muna, Kutsia, having conversations with people like Kathy, who, you know, we know from our office space, and Kathy's lovely. She does fantastic things. She's really at the heart of community. So I think conversation is key today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've already seen, like you say, there's a little hustle and bustle gone over there. And I thought, is everybody going to be all right? Do I need to go and do introductions? No, they're well away. They're all well away. And it's like they've been friends for life over there. Everybody's chatting, sharing of ideas, sharing of knowledge, sharing connections. And that's such a focus of today. And there's so much value in it as well.
Plenty of ways you guys can get in touch and get involved today. We are, of course, streaming on Facebook, on X, and on YouTube today, as well as our Boxcast channel, which is watchchaos.tv. Keep your tweets coming in. I think I'm going to look at Brian and Jordan. Hope she's going to confirm. Chaos Group UK, where do you want to direct people today? Chaos Group UK, I'm being told. So, and hashtag ChaosCon'23. Lovely. So send in your questions, send in your messages, send in your tweets, your comments. We will be watching, and also just keep an eye on those feeds today, because we'll be bringing you lots of kind of backstage, behind the scenes stuff as well.
Not the BTS.
The BTS. Yeah.
See, there we go. Nobody needs that.
Before we leave you to a break, I think we are running quite behind with our schedule as we wait for kind of more people to arrive, but we will start the conversations very soon. Hen, tell me about your outfit this morning, because I feel like anyone would tell me that you work here.
Isn't it something?
It's very horticultural.
This is my horticultural outfit. I thought, I'm going to Eden. Yes, I could wear a fabulous caftan, yes, but it's not the vibe here today. We're surrounded by gorgeous greenery. We're out here in the wilds of Eden. I'm in my polytunnel. Yeah, I've gone very country-file, sort of autumn watch.
Country-file.
Yeah, autumn watch. That's the style today. All the greens, all the horticulture today, and I'm going to blend right in. Thinking it might work to my advantage if I need to take 5 minutes and just hide in some bushes somewhere.
And on that note, we will leave you with a little break. We're going to go back to our coffee. Stay tuned. Very soon, we will start our conversations. We'll get an itinerary up as well, so we can tell you what's coming up, so you can dip in and out throughout your day. Keep it chaos.
Good morning, everybody. So, welcome to Chaos Con. Just a little bit of housekeeping. We're not expecting any fire alarms today. If there is a fire alarm, please go straight out the main doors that you come in. If those are blocked, go right the way through these doors and just keep going until you get to the end. I think everybody knows where the toilets are, drinks, etc., etc. So hopefully you'll have a good day. Any questions, any of us that have Chaos on, just come and ask us a question. And we'll go from there. So over to Nath and Mia first.
We are live streaming everything today as well, so do indulge us. So hello to the online audience as well. My name's Nathan Hunkin. I'm the Director of Digital and Innovation, and this is my colleague Mia.
I'm the radio senior producer with the Chaos Group and also working with our community radio station called Chaos Radio.
And this morning we're going to talk to you a little bit about the importance of community media. This is something that has continued to grow here at the Chaos Group. If you remember our conference from last year, we were very lucky to be able to live stream some of the conversations and help reach more people. It's an area that we continue to grow into. I think probably 9 years ago when I started with the Chaos Group. I'm in denial how long it's been. I joined a team of very ambitious people who were just head down doing, making change in the community and sharing the skills and the knowledge that they had to make a real positive difference. My role was to try and tell some of those stories and capture some of those stories because they just we weren't very good at it. We were just head down doing and delivering and doing what we knew. So I kind of started marketing bits and pieces. The team have grown, and I think what quickly appeared for me was that we work in health and social care. We've got an amazing salon. We've got a farm. All these areas. Digital was really an area that we could grow, and people really wanted to get into and understand more and be upskilled in. But it's really difficult. It's really hard to know where you can go outside of education to pick up a camera, go into a radio studio. The world of podcasting has really grown in the last few years as well, but some people just don't know where to start. So through some of the educational programs and some of the employment programs we have, we're very lucky to develop the digital offering and share with people and upskill them. And that's really evolved now. We've got an amazing team who bring digital services to the community through live streaming such as this. We've got some amazing partners in the NHS, in Cornwall Council, the private sector who really embrace the impact of being able to live stream and certainly video a lot of the conversations that they have to reach more people. I think COVID really changed people's perceptions as well in turning to access information and being able to catch up on stuff or just dip in and out of bits and pieces without physically travelling 50 miles to be somewhere. It's a fine balance. Digital isn't here to replace that in-person stuff. It's very important we continue to do these things. So, as a digital team, we offer live streaming services. We do photography. We do filmmaking for a lot of the third sector. Again, I think from experience, it's a lot of organisations that maybe don't have those skills in-house. So being able to offer that to them and speak their language as well. I think sometimes, and I think certainly the conversation I had with Babs way back when she kind of wanted me to join the team was actually big marketing companies can be very difficult to communicate with sometimes. They don't understand your language. They don't understand the sector you work in. So that's a real skill that Chaos has. I think just to bring it where we're talking about today, certainly around the importance of community media, Chaos Radio, we started 5 years ago. It was an online radio station. It was designed really for people to kind of get in and have a play and get into that environment and understand the world of radio a little bit more. And then volunteers could move into the community radio sector. Cornwall has some fantastic community radio stations all across the county, desperate for volunteers, desperate for people to kind of make a difference for their community and support them within radio. And I guess we were very lucky this year to take Chaos Radio to the next step, which I'm going to pass over to Mia now to talk a little bit about.
So we partnered up with a community radio station called Radio St Austell Bay. They've now merged with us and we're Chaos Radio, so we are one team. Lots of new presenters on either side for our listeners to get to know. But what it enabled us to do is to really focus on serving a community, and that was the community in Mid Cornwall and especially the community of St Austell. So Radio St Austell Bay had an FM licence, so we moved from not just being online, but also on FM and on an app. And that enabled us to kind of reach listeners in lots of different ways, whether that be in the traditional sense, you know, you might be listening in your car, in your kitchen, on your radio, or we were reaching people that were using it on their mobile phones. It was meaning that we could get to lots of different people, just like Chaos TV did during the pandemic. We were able to do that with the radio. So since June, yes, we've been merged, and it's been 6 months of a big learning curve, but it's been so exciting. It's meant that we've been able to upskill the volunteers that were already there, bring in new volunteers to learn about radio, to share community stories, to build those relationships that we already have when we're working day to day in the sector, but to capture those stories and give it to listeners that maybe need to access those services and they've not heard of them before, or just to really uplift and shine a light on amazing people that are doing incredible things day to day, but kind of go unnoticed. And that was something I kind of got to learn firsthand. I've worked in media for 5 years now myself. I started at BBC Radio Cornwall, and as much as they were capturing lots of stories and they were a trusted voice in their community, sometimes they were missing out on these little gems that we saw every day, those people that go above and beyond for their community. So for me to work sort of from that broadcaster to a much smaller one, which was really already in the community, I was able to sort of see the bits that other people were missing, and we were picking up on that then. And it's really for the community, by the community, and that is what I get really excited about doing, and that's where my passion is. So we can upskill people and they can share those stories themselves, but also we can lift up those community services and shout about them because they need that, you know?
And I think Mia's 100% right. I think we as an organisation have an amazing relationship with BBC Radio Cornwall, with all the community radio stations. It is about sharing, collaborating, upskilling together and identifying opportunities. I think for me, the exciting thing for Chaos Radio, and certainly why we're kind of investing and pushing forward in that, is to really help give communities back the voice that they really need at the moment. I think the BBC do a fantastic job. They are going through very hard times and a lot of change to be able to be sustainable. And I think they miss out, like Mia said, on key opportunities because of these reasons, with knowing what happens in the real grassroots communities, being able to reach the people who are doing those things. I had a chap on The Breakfast Show last week who has taken it upon himself to cover his house in Christmas lights. He's raising money for the air ambulance. He's a carer. He's had personal experience in needing that service. So those beautiful stories that get missed are really where things like Chaos Radio can really come into, and people can really tell those stories. We're working on a volunteering program at the moment to kind of deliver opportunities for people to join the radio station in different formats. One of those ones which we've come up with, which we're quite excited about, is around community journalism. So being able to give people the skills and the tools to go and capture stories, so it doesn't fall to us, it doesn't fall to people. You know, we've got Tom I saw somewhere. Here he is. Tom, he's recently joined the team as our community journalist. Tom is a very busy man out across the county trying to capture these lovely stories, but we need 10 Toms. You know, we can't afford to do that, but there's a real opportunity for volunteers to do that in their own time. They will have those connections, those links, they'll know the stories they want to tell, and I think that's how we can give back and upskill, which is really exciting.
I think we would benefit from having community journalism from the content, but the people themselves really benefit from being part of projects like this. We've seen real growth in individuals, and that's the bit that I get really excited about, is thinking someone comes in with a passion, but then we're enabling them with confidence, skills. And these skills aren't just community radio based, they are transferable to all things. And if you think about any company, any organisation that is out there right now, especially these grassroots ones, they need people that are confident speaking in front of others, capturing stories, sharing them online on social media. That is how the world is sort of evolving. Digital is really first for a lot of these people. So if we can help give those skills to people that are already in those organisations and be able to capture the stories and shout about the great things we're doing, it's a very cyclical, and, you know, there's win-win for everyone, really.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's very circular. You know, you're putting these, training these storytellers in the communities that know their communities, they understand the stories. But it also works both ways with Chaos Radio as well, because we want it to be a trusted, listened to, informed platform for the local area. I say local area because we know Cornwall is very unique. Cornwall tends to be very collaborative and very close together anyway. So we do a lot of sharing and a lot of working together. But if you look around the room today, the organisations we work with as well, there's so many great people doing great things in our community in different capacities, whether it's work programmes, mental health support, physical health, social prescribers, all these lovely things. Sometimes that message gets lost. It can be really overwhelming to understand what can I access? Am I eligible? Where we want to kind of create a platform where people can tune in, hear other people's experiences, go to almost like the village post office used to do, you know, that one place where you had the village board and you can kind of see, oh yeah, this is great and that's great. That's what we want the station to be. People, the community, to feeding into it as much as we're giving back out to it. So I think community media's got a real important journey to go on in the next few years. As an organisation, we're heavily investing in it. We really see the potential to obviously help build communities and robust them, but also support the work that other organisations are doing across the community as well. We're very lucky to be building a new home for Chaos Digital at Chaos Farm with new radio studios, TV studios, office space as well. The goal for that is to open it up to the community, so we've got better resources for people to come and learn, come and experience, come and get hands-on. It's an industry that historically has been very difficult to get into, but actually everybody can access it. Everybody should be able to get some experience in there, whether it's an hour you've got to give a week, or, you know, maybe it's a work experience program or a 12-week boot camp of media skills that we've been running recently as well. So very exciting times. I think there's real importance in investing in that, because I think the media world is getting very diluted. Without calling out some of the local press, sometimes it can be quite difficult to find real positive stories amongst some of the news stories when you doom scroll. So we really want to change that, and we need, you know, the county's help to be able to do that. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, just a final thought. Chaos Radio have been working with other community radio stations as part of the Cornwall Community Media Network. That's quite hard to say. But we have been working with CHBN in Truro, Coast FM in Penzance, Source FM in Falmouth and Penryn, and obviously Radio St Austell Bay, which has now become Chaos Radio. This has been really important to not only capture more volunteers and more stories, share resources, share knowledge, but also to bring back to what Chaos is all about, collaborating within our community. And I feel like that's the message of today, which is exciting. So thank you.
Any questions before we hastily pass over to our friends at Cornwall Pride? No, lovely. I'll take that. Well, I'm here all day today if you want to come and say hello. Mia's here as well. Big shout out to Bryna, who's doing our social media, and Owen, who's making all the tech work today. And of course, Tom, who's going to be capturing some stories from today.
Yes, I was going to say, please make friends with Tom. He's really friendly. He won't bite. And he'd love to capture your stories as well. We've invited you here today because you're incredible, interesting people. So make use of Tom's time, and he can have a chat with you, and you might hear yourself on Chaos Radio. Woo!
Thanks, everybody. Just next.
Sorry, you we've just skipped a little bit of our programme. So first off, it's actually Mel. Mel is part of our community outreach team, and she's going to be doing some creative expression workshops today. So the first one is down in the bottom corner. So if everybody would like to get up off your seats, we're going to go down the other end, and we are down at a different point, I'm afraid.
That's all right. And I think for the online audience, we'll try and bring that in as well. So just stand by there.
So we are here. We've got a bit of a behind-the-scenes look for you now at one of the workshops that Chaos's Mel is putting on. I've seen something about sticks and something about feathers, but should we go and have a look, see if I can grab her, see what she's up to? Where's Mel? Oh, she's over here. It's all going wrong. Mel, could I grab you for a quick chat about what we're up to? I just got to wait for... Once we stop getting some pics for the gram. So, Mel, can you tell us a little bit about what everyone's doing here at the moment?
Of course. So what we're doing is we're making some natural paintbrushes, and they're using everything in the community, like branches, brushes, leaves. I've got horsehair, we've got sheep's wool from the farm, we've got turkey feathers, absolutely everything. I've even gone round in my garden and got the secateurs out and been chopping back the hedges. And it was an idea that was inspired through a lot of the workshops that I do in the community. Spend a lot of time down west working with projects and community clubs there. And then recently we have a couple of drop-ins in the Truro area. And it was something to bring everybody together that kind of breaks down the barriers of equality. Because very often with art we compare ourselves to other people. Now, if you're making something that's natural and you're just binding something to a bit of stick and then popping it in some paint and you've got a lovely blank piece of paper, it's so enjoyable and it cuts through everybody comparing themselves. You don't have to be good. Anybody can put a feather in a pot of paint and then drag it across a piece of paper. And that's what I wanted to give these people the opportunity. I mean, you can see for yourself how everybody's just all forgotten their roles, their names, who they are, their identity, and they're just doing it in the moment, which is wonderful.
Yeah, everyone seems to be kind of working towards a common goal, but I can see so many different objects being used here. We've got like feathers, some ferns there, I think. This looks like, can we get in and get a little shot of what everyone's getting up to?
Pines, some people have just got branches, we've got dobs of paint on ferns here. We're getting some lovely, it's almost like somebody makes a mark and then someone else is following that mark on, and then you begin to get pictures coming through. People are paint on top of other people's pieces of work, and nobody is kind of saying, well, that's my bit of work, you can't put it over the top of it. They're actually just working really, really collaboratively, and it sort of cuts across. It's another communication art, is without words, without prejudice. It's just everybody just jumping in and having a great time. You're almost going back to a childlike time, which is really lovely, where there were no inhibitions, and there's no worries, there's no responsibilities. It's just being and doing in the moment, and that's what's so wonderful about this. And I couldn't have wished for a better group. And everybody just, I noticed everybody at the beginning was a little bit shy and a little bit. Now suddenly everybody's just gone, yeah, I'm going to give me the secateurs, give me the wire, which is lovely, and grabbing all the paint, and people are really going for it, which is wonderful.
Wonderful. This is lovely for a morning starter here. Yeah. Have we got any more things planned for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm certainly going to be looking around at the other stalls as well. I will encourage people to come back to the stall and actually create a group picture, which I would really like to then see put somewhere at the Eden Project so that other people can enjoy it. And I'd like us to name it. So I want the group to give it a title, whatever that is, and then maybe we could frame it and then put it up at Eden in commemoration of this wonderful conference and how everybody's just, I mean, you can hear the laughter. So I really want to have that projected in that piece of paper as the communication for today, which is getting together, breaking down barriers, being equal partners, and collaborative. And I think that's what's so. This is a lovely proactive piece of work, and it's a skill share that people can pass on to their other services as well, because I've hopefully given them some thought-provoking artistic and creative ideas which are easy and which are fun.
Wonderful. I might have to get stuck in myself in a bit. It looks like a lot of fun. I'm getting quite envious, so I might have to get stuck in soon. Thank you so much for talking to me, and I'll see you later. Cheers. Ooh. Who can we get? We'll go to CON'23. Oh, still going round behind the scenes. I didn't realise I still had to talk. Right, who can I talk to? Kathy, my love. Can I pull you for a quick chat? So, if we get here. How are you?
Amazing. Thank you for inviting me to this amazing event as well. It's just very, very special. I love it.
So, what are we doing here? Well, I know we're kind of making art with different household items, isn't it? And this is right up your street, because if no one knew, you are an artist, our resident artist.
We're making paintings with feathers. These are turkey feathers, and they're really rigid, so you can produce really fine lines. And it's so much fun because everyone's engaging. Everybody's making their own handmade paintbrushes, and it's fabulous. What a great event. I'm loving it. I feel like I'm at home just creating with my turkey feather.
We're going to see this in any of your art classes soon.
I'm going to sign it in a minute.
You could sell that. That looks gorgeous. Yeah. Can we get a shot at kind of what Kathy's done here? I think it looks beautiful. Is it kind of tree?
Do you know what? I've gone for a Japanese-inspired painting. So, and I know in Japan they use feathers to. They work in quills. So that's the kind of vibe I went with.
Yeah, it looks amazing. You can kind of feel the inspiration in the room right now. And I would say it's the ultimate icebreaker.
Isn't it? And that's what art does. It brings people together, and and you don't have there's no preconceptions, there's no rules with art. You just go with it, and it just breaks down barriers, and that's fabulous. Brings people together.
Wonderful. I'll let you get back to your painting now. Thank you very much for chatting with me. Lovely. Shall we find someone else to talk to? Let's see some more pictures. If I squeeze past you here. Oh, this has come on a lot in the past couple of minutes. Can we try and get a bit of a shot of this one? This is amazing. There's so many colours, and the fact this is made all natural. Can I talk to you, Julie, about this? Have you contributed to this masterpiece?
Well, I've made a few marks. That's about all. Oh, gosh, I'm on camera as well now. Yeah, I was just saying it's fun just to be allowed to play. Again, we don't get to play very often as an adult, and it's so much fun. Thank you.
That's okay. It kind of releases all your inhibitions, and I was just saying it's like the perfect icebreaker. Everyone's come together to make this, and it looks really, really good. I'm going to say, I really want to get involved. Find me a stick. No, but how are you doing today? Are you excited to be here? Obviously, Con.
I'm loving it. I mean, it's fantastic. What an amazing space, and what an amazing group of people. And I'm just loving being here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Okay, thank you very much. Should we go and find some more people to pester? If I can go away, we can do. I'm hot. Oh, wait, I'm still. Right, we're going to throw back to the wide now. I've lost it, guys. Chaos Con's too much for me. And then I'll see you in a bit.
Good morning all, welcome back with myself, Henry, here at Chaos TV, and I'm joined by the lovely Jackie, service leader here at Chaos at Eden.
Hi, nice to see you.
Happy morning, you enjoying the day so far?
Yes, good.
Bit of life up here? Yeah,
Yeah.
nice, isn't it? Showing off what you all achieve up here.
Yes, yeah.
It's all the good stuff. So you're going to show me around, aren't you? You're going to tell me what's what. I know I'm good with houseplants. I can do houseplants, that's fine by me. I'm not so much of a get in the garden, sort of growing actual crops and fruits and vegetables, but you can try and give me a few hints here, that'd be great. Let's have a look. So we're going to start, look, over this way. What have we got here? Pumpkins and a lovely, lovely display bit here.
Yeah, so these are the pumpkins that the guys grew. Some are carving, some are cooking pumpkins.
Mm-hmm.
We've got different succulents, which we're making into... Guys have made their own planters for them as well.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Out of logs. So we've been drilling the holes in there and planting the succulents in there. So
there's a real sort of sustainability to it there, isn't it? Where
Yes.
you've got the logs and things like that, and it's sort of that carbon offsetting with what can we do with them in the long run.
yes, and just using what we've got around us, giving the guys an opportunity to use different tools and different bits and pieces.
Is that sort of a running theme with Chaos at Eden? You know, that sort of waste not, what not. What can we do with it? What can we make out of it? Where can we use that?
Yes, because we can use all sorts of things the guys have got at home that we've got in the field out here as well.
And I bet they love it as well, just like you say, trying those different tools out, you know, because everybody, I know when you're doing crafts and things like that, you sort, what's that sharp one over there? What does that do? I want to have a go on that. And it's just that sort of using different things, that dexterity with it as well.
Yeah, and everybody trying out things. Things can be dangerous, but you learn from your mistakes, and everyone has to, risks and things aside.
Well, this is it, yeah. A mistake is just another lesson learned like that, isn't it? This is it. So along here, I've been eyeing up this pumpkin stand over here as well. I'm half tempted to take it for a little push, but I think all of the pumpkins might go everywhere.
The guys actually painted this themselves last week. We found it in the corner of the polytunnel looking a bit dilapidated, so the guys have sanded it down, given it a new coat of paint. More pumpkins. These are knitted Father Christmases that one of our guys has made in one of our craft sessions, and the signs that they do as well.
So it's full donation here. So do you normally sell the bits and pieces on this one?
We've just started.
Brilliant.
Trying to put some more money, and the money will go back into the seeds and different bits and pieces for the guys to use here.
Excellent. No, that's a really good idea. And like you say, it also just shows where it goes, the value in it as well. And it's not going to waste. It's going to somebody, going to a nice home somewhere.
Yeah, we also like the guys to make things that are productive and do something rather than just make something for the sake of it.
This is it. And yeah, like you say, there's some worth in it like that. So going down here, this is where the action's to. This is the baby beds down here, I assume. Tell me what's going on down here in these ones.
Obviously, in November, there's not loads that you can plant in a poly house, but we have carrots, beetroot, radish, rocket. Then we've also got some lettuce, kale, and some herbs, because we're hoping to provide all of the food that comes from here will go to local food larders,
Brilliant.
Food banks, and we're hoping to provide herbs and spices for people as well.
That's amazing.
Because there's something you probably wouldn't spend your money on, because it's a lot of money
little,
to spend on something. So we're going to provide them with these. In the end here, we're going to plant companion plants. Now, if you don't know much about gardening, you get lots of caterpillars, aphids and things that will eat your crops. You then provide a companion plant on the end. They'll eat that instead, and hopefully not eat our crops.
So what would go on here? Nasturtiums, things like that?
Marigolds. Well done. Marigolds, nasturtiums, chives and things like that we can put in there as well, and that will stop the aphids and the caterpillars, hopefully, from eating our plants.
I think it's a brilliant idea. So, as service leader here, where do you lie in the sense of, did you have green fingers before coming here? Was that a part of it already? You know, the getting involved with that side of things?
I have a concrete backyard.
Right.
With
a
few raised planters, grow a few bits of veg. So very basic.
So this is like your own little garden that you can really come up here and enjoy it.
But we have two other lovely horticulturists here who are real horticulturists rather than play ones at home at the weekends. And they obviously oversee the bits and pieces that we do here as well.
And again, I bet the participants, so to see it, go from seed to crops, that's a whole journey there, isn't it? There's so much with it.
They do every part of that journey. So they have built all these raised beds. They have put all the soil in the raised beds, and they will water, nurture and look after everything and pick it all at the end.
It really is from the ground up like that then.
Yeah.
I think that's wonderful. Jackie, thank you so much for talking with me today. Like you said, there's no crops. I can't go around nibbling on anything myself. I'll keep an eye out for some nasturtiums. I'll be fine. Nice and peppery on a salad.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jackie. We're going to go back over to CHAOSCon'23 now as we get ready for our next guest speaker.
So I'd just like to say a big thank you to Mia and Nathan for their community radio talk. That was brilliant, really, really interesting. Hopefully some of you can actually connect some dots. And thank you also for Mel with your creative expression. I think there's a lot of mark making going on and a lot of kind of excitement and chatter, which is really, really lovely to hear and to see as well, really. So next up, it is Lisa from Cornwall Pride. And I'm not going to say anything further. I'm just going to hand over to Lisa. So enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Oh, very loud. So, yeah, I work for Cornwall Pride. I've been working for Pride since January last year. Cornwall Pride's existed in Cornwall for, I think, 15 years now. And for the last couple of years and next year, we have been running 11 Prides every summer. So I'm sure all of you have seen a party in your local town. There are only 4 of us. Matthew, who our esteemed leader, who you may have met, most of you have met, Elliot, who works in the HR side of things, me, who does the marketing and the finance, and Aaron, who runs the day-to-day parts of our events, manages the stalls and all of that complicated side of things to make sure those events run like clockwork. So who am I and why do I work for Cornwall Pride? So I'm lucky enough to have been born in Cornwall. I was also lucky enough to leave when I was 18 because I lived in the middle of nowhere and I didn't have a car. So at that age, wanted to get out and see the world. I worked in the music industry in London for quite a long time, which was a fantastic job to have. You know, I would fly around the world, got to go to a lot of parties, and I got to work in what was really a very inclusive place. I think dance floors across the world are probably one of the leading places for inclusivity in a lot of places. You know, it's a place where people can mix and just be themselves. But also, as an industry, it was still really not particularly inclusive. You know, it's still very white, male-dominated, even in the sort of very dance music-y side of things. So when I moved back to Cornwall 5 years ago, I sort of came back, I think, as a lot of us do when we reach a certain age, going, what do I actually want in life? And I don't feel like I'm giving back as much as I want to. So I was lucky enough to start working in social enterprise. I worked for Crowdfunder for quite a few years during the pandemic, which was an amazing experience. And through that, I met Matthew, and I thought, wow, there is somebody there who is really making a change in Cornwall, and that's what I want to do. So, from January last year, I was lucky enough to join the team, and I'm able to be one of the people who actually does that. So, what do we do in Cornwall? We've held 11 inclusive events. 18 inclusive events, 11 volunteer support workshops so far with Penguin Soup, which is our Safe Spaces initiative. So it's a place where people can come and know that they're safe and that they come and join and do activities with other people and just get to know people in their community. We run 11 Prides. We have the only Pride bus tour in the world. We ran a gala this year. We run inclusion breakfasts, queer networking, and we have an annual conference. And not a lot of free time. We've had in excess of 2.5 million interactions across our social media and media in 2003 and a minimum monthly reach of 100,000 people. So it just shows that we're getting out there and we're getting to the communities that we need to. Cornwall Pride, for the second year, is the largest collective celebration of diversity in the Southwest. So it's attended across the 11 Prides by in excess of over 40,000 people, and tens of thousands more people are taking part and spectating in that. So actually, if you look at the numbers, I think we come sort of third or fourth after Bristol, Birmingham and London as the biggest Prides out there. So, in Cornwall, we have slightly more women than men, 51.5% female to 48.5% male, of which we have 90% who identify as heterosexual. We've got another about 3% who identify as LGBTQ+, and we've got around 8% who didn't answer this question in the census in 2021. And of which, of the people who did identify, we've got 0.35 who identify as not cisgendered, and we have 6% of people who, again, didn't answer the question. So, why do we need Pride in Cornwall? So there was a 21.8% rise in reports of hate crime in Devon and Cornwall against LGBTQ+ people in the last 12 months. Lesbian, gay and bi people living in small towns and cities are less likely to be open about their sexual orientation than in larger populations. Half of LGBTQ+ people have experienced depression in the last year. And more than a third of LGBTQ+ staff hide the fact that they are LGBTQ+ at work for fear of discrimination. 1 in 4 trans people aren't open with anyone at work about their identity. And this number increases to 2 in 5 for non-binary people. And 1 in 5 LGBTQ+ staff have been a target of negative comments or conduct from work colleagues because of that. Conversion therapy is still legal at the moment in the UK. And only 2 in 5 LGBTQ plus people of faith think their faith community is welcoming. So it's really clear that although I'm preaching to the converted in this room, and I know I am, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that people have a level playing field. So it's interesting to think a little bit about what makes us human. You know, and I don't know if anyone wants to shout out what you feel makes you human. Any thoughts? Thank you. Empathy. Anyone else? Compassion. I love that. Kindness. Love. These are all the things that I think make you human as well. But actually, when we look at what does the law say makes us human, it's age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex, sexual orientation, and recently added is socioeconomics. So that's a very different list of characteristics than what we all feel makes us humans. And what is intersectionality? Again, I think everyone sitting in this room has a strong understanding of what intersectionality is and why it's important. So what I'd like to do is just run through the Oxford Dictionary definition, which is that intersectionality is the interconnected nature of social categorizations such as race, class, and gender, regarded as creating overlapping and interdependent systems of discrimination or disadvantage. So intersectionality is the acknowledgement that everyone has their own unique experiences of discrimination and oppression, and we must consider everything and anything that can marginalize people, be it gender, race, class, sexual orientation, physical ability, and all kinds of other things that make us different and unique and who we are. So intersectionality is the concept that all oppression is linked. So we're going to have a little chat now and look at, firstly, between ourselves, what do we think are the obvious indicators of intersectionality that you can identify? So if you just want to spend a minute just having a chat with the people next to you, and then we'll do a little shout out of some of those things and make a little list of them. And then after that, we'll have a little chat about what are maybe the more invisible or less obvious indicators that we can think of. So I'll give you a minute from now to have a quick chat about the first question. Okay, there was lots of conversation going on there. That's excellent. Does anyone want to throw some words out? Sorry, I've stopped you. So, what thoughts have we got? Class. Fab. Anyone else? So the obvious things that you could judge somebody on potentially, or someone can be judged on, because I don't think we judge people in this room. Skin tone, gender, disability, age. Are you? Oh, well, happy birthday, James. Oh, amazing. You're a Capricorn like me. Anyone else? What they wear, okay. How they dress, yep. Yes. Oh, so the clothing that they wear identifies them as a particular person or a religious or belief, or okay. And anyone else want to throw anything out there? Yep, gender. Yep. Yep. And they combine, yes. Yes, yep. So you would have multiple potentially. Well, many of us do when we really drill into it. So the next thing I want you to have a little chat about and to think about are what could be the invisible, less obvious indicators. And as an example, and this might sound a bit silly, but I was trying to cut some bread a couple of weeks ago, and my friend was watching me, and I said, oh, I'm always crap at cutting bread. And he just looked at me and he said, it's because you're left-handed and the knives are designed to cut for right-handed people. And I'd never realised that until now. And I knew it with scissors, but I hadn't thought about the fact that the bit on the knife, and I thought, okay, yeah, that makes it harder for me to cut bread than it does for a right-handed person. So there are many tiny intersectionalities that we might all have. So if you could have a little chat about that and think about what else might come up. Okay. Good chat going on here. I can hear loads of great things coming out. So who wants to throw me some words? Finances. Yep. Accessibility, yeah. And then maybe the ability to drive. If you can't drive down here, we all know how difficult that is. At 18, I knew how difficult that was. So. Yeah. I bet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, neurodiversity is another one that's not necessarily obvious when you look at somebody, but really can affect a huge amount of things in your day-to-day life. Yeah. Yeah, and things like, are you a single parent? Are you caring for somebody? You know, all of these things have an effect on how we can turn up every single day. Do you have insomnia? You know, there's so many little things. Anyone else got anything they wanted to... Menopause. Oh, my goodness. Yes, thank you for saying that. I mean, that's so true, isn't it? Yeah, suddenly can't remember anything. Anyway.
Educational exclusion of various types.
Yes, absolutely. maybe the ability to use a computer. That's extremely exclusional in this day and age, isn't it? Wi-Fi, yep, if you haven't got the connectivity.
I think also we've got to put young people in there with the school services, with the state engaged with young people and involve them in the planning of services in the town.
Yep.
Of course, they're all leaving Cornwall because the transport system is not right. You know,
Yes.
I think young people's voice is completely ignored a lot of the time.
Yep.
Unless they fit into a certain box. Yeah. And they know.
Yes, James.
When we first moved here 10 months ago, when we moved at January, back in the summer, I had problems getting down Bleeding Car Park. I had a job because the buses never turned up and the never always on time.
Timetables. There we go. Bad timetables.
All the guys, when the computers turned, all the guys have gone home. I finished clearing 2023, and the bus never turned up. People ready to get out, and I had to walk away home from it.
Oh.
The timetables were never right, and I had a job getting home. I had to walk home from it.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yes, living rurally.
All of those kids, you know, I'll focus on kids again that miss out with that, you know, school transport system that is at the start of the school day and
Yep.
end of the school day, and they miss out on all those enrichment activities
Yes.
that live or that can walk.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, there's lots of layers.
Yeah, there really are, aren't there? And I think this is why it really brings to the forefront why inclusion is so important, because we all have disadvantages in the world. Some of us have a lot more than others, but we all have them. And when we're able to recognise that, it can allow us to take that step to be more considerate of those other people's intersectionalities. So I'm sure a lot of people have seen this particular graphic that I'm popping up here. Can you see it? And I mean, this is really where we're looking to move from. So at the moment, quite often, reality is that some people have a huge advantage and some people are standing in that pit there. And a lot of people are in the middle. And we can move towards equality, which is giving everyone the same size box, but still not everybody can see over the fence. Equity is everyone gets the support that they need, which produces equity, allows everyone to see over that fence. Justice, however, is all three can see the game without supports or accommodation, because the causes of inequity are addressed and the systematic barrier has been removed. And inclusion is that everyone's included in the game. No one even has to watch. They can all play the game if they want to. And we didn't just remove the barriers keeping people out. We made sure that every single person was valued and involved. And I think a nice way of thinking about why is it important to have inclusion is that none of us here want to go to a potluck and find out that everyone has bought potato salad. You know, that's not a benefit to anyone's life, is it? You need people to bring a different range of skills and experiences in life to the table, because that's what enriches us all, and it gives our businesses and our lives more variety and different points of view, and allows us to understand the world better. So some positive takeaways that we run through when we do our training of what people can do to be more inclusive. I think the real strong one for us is actively share your pronouns and put them on your email. I talk to a lot of people, often men, who don't understand why they need to do this. And I have to keep explaining to them again and again, it's not about them. It's about them showing other people that they are approachable and that they understand and there is a safe space there. So that's one real simple, easy thing that everyone can do to just show that you care. We have a Pride pledge, so Friends of Town plaque. Doing the lived experience training, there's so much training that's offered by us, Black Voices Cornwall, Disability Cornwall. It's all out there. So get on the training courses and encourage your employers to get you on the training courses and make sure that that is spread out, because the people that come to these conferences are often not the people who need to hear the message. So it's our job to get to those people who need to hear the message. Removing banter from the workplace, it's such a key thing, and I think there's so much of it still, you know, oh, it was just a joke, or, oh, we're only messing around with you. Just get rid of that kind of talk. Nobody needs that. Language is our strongest weapon in this fight. And it's something that we can all use every single day to make the world a better place. Be kind, open conversation policy. There's a safe place to get it wrong. We don't get it right at Pride all the time. We honestly don't. And obviously we feel mortified when we say the wrong thing or call someone by the wrong pronoun. The point is you're making an effort to do it. So don't be scared to get it wrong or to ask questions. Have an adaptive grievance process and have restorative conversations with people. Try and understand people. Signposting to dedicated support services, active group networks and time to access networks. Offer every single person an reasonable adjustment meeting. Everyone has a right to try and make their work life fit around their personal life, and you'll get so much more out of people if you can do that. Have community mentors outside the workplace. If you haven't got the skills within your business, and lots of us work in small businesses down here, so if you haven't got the skills and experience, come and find somebody who has. We're all here and we're all ready to talk to you. If you can, have an inclusion lead and inclusion director in your company. It's such a key thing to make this someone's job and to pay that person to do the job, not just tack it onto someone else's job as a nice to have. And yeah, language, again, is your most powerful tool. So, Pride, love who you want to love, be who you want to be, and a hate-free Cornwall. I think that's things that every single person in this room would agree we all want. So thank you. My timing. Do we have time for questions? Did anyone want to ask a question? An easy question? Yes. I think it's a hard one to give a short answer to, isn't it? I think what I try and say to people is it's all fine not to do it until it affects someone in your family and someone you love, and then suddenly you find people who would never do it before start doing it. So don't wait until it has to be somebody that you care about. What if it's one of your nieces or nephews or, grandchildren? You need to give them that opportunity to know they have a safe space with you. So that would, for that argument, that's what I would use. Hey.
Respectful and something that's really easy to do.
Yes,
so
it really
it's just
is.
Kinder and better
really
to
is.
do it.
Yeah.
That's my short answer.
Yeah, kindness is key, isn't it? James.
3 years ago.
Sorry?
I lost my brother John 3 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And he had kidney cancer.
Oh, James.
We lost 3 in the family.
Oh, James.
He had a very tough time last year. And
oh. Well, I hope you found the support at Eden Project. It looks like you have an amazing crew of people around you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. Oh.
It was just to follow on from your point about pronouns. I am ashamed to say I don't put pronouns on my emails, and just your point around it's not about you, it's about other people. I'm going to change my email, okay?
Thank you. That's lovely. And don't feel bad about it. This is the thing. Good. Don't feel bad about it.
It's getting things wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
When you do then know, it's, I didn't know. I don't have it on my email. Just write it down. Put that on your email. Because,
brilliant.
Of course. Why wouldn't you when you know?
And don't feel like there wasn't a time when we didn't know either. Like, we've all been at that stage where we didn't know. Somebody had to have that idea and put it out there. So just because we work for Cornwall Pride doesn't mean we've always got these things right. Everyone has to start and move that wave onwards. So you're joining the part of the wave. So just be proud that you're doing it.
Thank you.
We're good for time? Amazing. Thanks so much, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Lisa. That was really, really interesting, actually, listening to kind of everything. And I think there's been quite a few really positive and detailed conversations actually going on amongst the group, and hopefully still lots of food for thought. So we are now going to pass over to the divas in just a moment. So there'll be a few minutes that we're just going to kind of rearrange things, and just bear with us. If you want to grab another tea or coffee, feel free, and we will be back with you shortly.
Hello and welcome back. We're still here at the CON'23. Nathan Hunkin and Bryna Jordan reporting for duty. Lovely to hear from Lisa from Cornwall Pride.
It was a really inspirational talk, inspiring. It was really, really nice to hear someone talk so passionately about just about anything. I love it when people are passionate about things. It kind of warms your heart a bit.
Yeah. And everyone's getting excited
Everyone
for the
wants to
next
get in
piece
shot.
to see. Because we're so far away. Anyway, lovely. And again, Cornwall Pride, a fantastic organisation who's been really close to Chaos as well. Real synergy. And what I find really humbling is just seeing how they're growing and how they're really going back into the communities and making an impact.
Yeah.
Cornwall Pride started about celebrating inclusion and diversity, but now there's a whole education side to it, challenging policy, making that change, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I was going to say, and as a social media nerd, when Lisa was talking about their social media stats, I was like, wow, like the amount of people that they even reach on just social media is incredible. And if it can help even just one person, that I think it's completely worth it.
Yeah,
like,
100%. You've got the itinerary, hopefully, of what's coming up
She says she's
soon.
just locked it.
The Divas are coming up next, and again, another fantastic project within an organisation that are making huge, huge impact here in Cornwall. What else can we look forward to?
We have the Cornwall Faith Forum coming up just before lunch. We've got some standing yoga. I'm really excited for standing yoga. How's your balance?
Is that a tree? No,
Yeah, we can do stand on one leg for the rest of the link. Then we've got the Creature... I'm going to fall. We've got the Creature Feature Show coming up. Friends of Chaos Radio. Well, Chaos Radio presenters.
And again,
and friends.
Nicola and Steph, fantastic homegrown grassroots organisation that came through Chaos, supported a lot of what we do, really benefited from some of the work we've done with them, and now just out changing their own world for the better.
Yeah, I'm really excited to catch up with them because they've been doing so much recently. They've recently, in their Positive Pets shop in Falmouth, they've opened up warm spaces.
Oh, you were at
there.
the live launch
I
for that
was
as well.
there, yeah.
Very jealous.
All over it. It was very good. I met a lot of lovely animals. We've also got the Chaos Community Outreach Team treating us to a little something later, and Black Voices Cornwall as well, and also the CILLs as well. They will be, obviously, we're collaborating with them today.
Andrew and the team as well.
Andrew and the team.
So don't go anywhere. Plenty more to come today. Keep your messages coming in as well at Chaos Group UK across social. That's Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and Instagram. And also, we've streamed on YouTube as well. So stay tuned. Divas coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Don't forget to hashtag ChaosCon'23.
These lovely, lovely ladies, we have the divas. So we have Mary, we have Dina, Heather and Penny. And they're going to be our next guest speakers. So over to you, ladies.
Well, I think the first thing to do is check, and it's okay. Everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Brilliant. We're very excited to be here. Some of us are quite nervous, so you've got to just be kind. I loved it from the last session. We talked about kind. I heard kindness, and I think that's really important. I've been told to keep my introduction short because we're not very good at timekeeping, so I'm under strict instructions from the divas. But I just wanted to say it's a pleasure. We love chaos. We think you do a great job, so we're really delighted to be here. And the Women's Centre, we're going to talk a lot about the Women's Centre. We're going to talk a lot about the divas, and we're going to talk about some of the barriers and inequalities, which is really significant, actually. But we're also going to talk about really positives, and being here today is one of the ways we can show positivity. You know, we can do it, and we do it. So thank you for giving us a chance to do it. I wanted the final thing that I say before I ask everybody else to introduce themselves is to just say that the Women's Centre, at the heart of the Women's Centre are women. We care about men, but actually our job is to address the inequality that women face. And it's about making sure that we are listening to women and we are empowering women. So we go with choice, and we are for women, by women. So without that anymore, I might just hold the mic up for Mary to introduce herself.
Okay.
You okay with
yeah,
it?
I'm okay with
Quite
it.
close?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, I'm Mary. I work with the divas. I'm a newie, so they say. Because I can't remember when I joined, a couple of months, when it got to be at least 2-3 months ago or more. And nerve-wracking because this is the first time I've done this. So if I get me words wrong, because I'm nervous. So yeah, I forgot what you asked me then.
I think we were going to say just what you do at the Women's Centre and why you like it.
What I do at the Women's Centre is do a lot of training to teach people different ways with domestic abuse and violence, and we do easy read and things like that. And the reason why I like coming to Divas is I'm with friends, and they take care of me, and I take care of them, and they annoy me, and I annoy them. So, yeah. So I'll pass you back to Dina. Thank you.
Very professional. Well done. Thank you very much. I'm Dina. I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Women's Centre. And, that's enough for me.
Okay, hello, I'm Heather. I'm autistic, and I'm a member of I'm a diva, and I've been, 4 years now. And so we co-deliver a lot of training to the police, Ministry of Justice, I can't remember the name of the other one. And we do a lot of rape crisis centres and a lot of services as well, service providers as well. And the reason I joined is because I really want to see change. I want to see those gaps being recognised and met. And what I get out of the Women's Centre is seeing changes, like turning things like the power and control wheel and the equality wheel into easier read, and the DASH assessment into easy read to make it accessible for more people. I'll pass on to Penny.
Hi everyone, I'm Penny. I'm community engagement worker at the Women's Centre, and I also work on another project that involves working with women involved in the criminal justice system. And we're all really happy to be here today.
Next slide, please. I wanted to say that. Okay, thank you. So the Women's Centre, probably quite a few people here know about the Women's Centre. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time, much to my diva's joy, but I just wanted to stress we do so many different things, and we want to keep doing different things. We want to keep changing so that we stay with what people need, and I think that's really important. We've been going for a long time. I think on the slide we started around 1996, and it's very different service to what it was, but it's always had at its heart what women want. And I think it's really important just to make sure that people know that we run a helpline, that we provide one-to-one support for women who've experienced domestic abuse and or sexual violence or childhood sexual abuse. And we also run therapeutic groups, and their names are pretty great. They're Power, and they're pattern changing, and they're really strong groups that it's about empowering all the time. So we're advocates. We get involved in advocacy because of the injustices. A lot of the people and a lot of the women we're working are not treated fairly, and we try to really challenge that. And we are campaigners and for gender justice and for ending violence against women and girls. So and we are busy, and we took over. I think it was over 1,200 calls last year, and we delivered over 4,000 support sessions. We know we're a busy team. So we'll carry on talking a little bit about us as we go forward. But I think if we could have the next slide, please. So we picked some words that we want people to know that we're vibrant. I think it's really important. It's a really difficult topic, and I probably we're not going to talk massively about personal experiences, but I mean, clearly if anybody here is upset, it's an emotional issue. Inequality is emotional, and also abuse is an emotional area. So, we will either ourselves have experienced abuse, or we will know people who have. And if anybody needs any support afterwards, or is triggered, or needs to just go outside for a few minutes, maybe just grab another cup of tea, that's fine. I should have said that at the beginning. I'm sorry, that was a bit remiss of me. So we want to be vibrant. We want women that we work with to tell us what they want. And then we need to listen, and we need to then look at what we deliver. And we do try and do that. And we've got really quite skilled at getting funding bids, but it's hard work, because to get the variety of support services in, we've got to get a variety of funders, and it's hard work. But we seem okay at the moment. So importantly, we try and remove barriers. Today's about inequality, and we know that there are so many barriers to accessing services, and we really look at how we can change that. And one of the new services we've been running is about an outreach service, which is getting out there in the community with women who have been classed as, very difficult to work with and not engaging. And so they've got all fancy names for it, but basically, if you look at what they've been living with and what they've gone through, it's a really good understanding of why they're not able to engage. So, but we are trying to work with those women and trying to say, come in, we can work with you, we can work with whatever it is, work at your pace. I heard a woman at the Women's Centre yesterday, one of the support workers, saying she has 4 days with bookings. She keeps 1 day without bookings, so that she can actually, if somebody hasn't been able to engage, she can go and try and see, does she want to meet up? Can she go? She said she's actually taken a woman out today for a little walk and to go swimming. That's the sort of thing. So it's really different, and we want to be different. We're not just office-based. We want to be really creative. And we do all sorts of art stuff, and we do poetry, and the Divas have done loads of art stuff, loads of poetry. So it is women supporting women. Most of the service is run by volunteers. They're really trained to a high standard. Many of those volunteers become staff members. So it's really important that we have some throughput, and it keeps it live. And the final thing I would say is, if you haven't heard about our Campfire, it's an online service, digital community. So anybody can join it, and I think it's actually helping women connect who've experienced any sort of abuse. So go on the Women's Centre website and you'll find out more. Next slide, please.
Yeah. Hiya. About the Divas project. The Divas are a group of women with learning disabilities and autism who fight for their rights against discrimination and abuse and get their voices heard. The Divas, talking about what they do, we are now going to show you the film. We are the Divas.
A group of women.
Group of women and girls with autism and learning disabilities.
Who help people through domestic abuse and sexual violence. I have been through a lot.
If ever we're stuck, we've got always someone to talk to.
With the help of Divas, I've come a long way.
We can talk about things that could be bothering us and struggles that we might have.
I can contribute in this group. I feel like I'm of value in this group.
We now have a bit more of a stronger line on what's acceptable and what's not in a relationship.
And we've learned that to say no.
I've got my confidence back.
My confidence is building.
Not be afraid.
I can help other people get the right support.
There are a lot of people out there with additional needs and with autism who are much, much higher incidence of abuse.
Trying to get our point across to say people know that we have a voice.
There are steps you can take to get safe, to stay safe, and to build from there.
You're not alone. We'll guide you.
We can help people.
The best thing about being a Diva for me is the friendship.
It's a Diva family. We have a family here.
Become sisters in a way.
When I first joined, I wasn't strong at all.
And you learn so much.
I became strong with the Divas.
And we've got each other's backs.
And just take no crap, basically.
That's the Divas. And as you can see, there's a constant, we have new women joining us and women leave us because that's really the point. It's about empowering and choice and hopefully moving on to really great things. I just want to say that the filmmaker, when we made that film, the first music she got was really lovely and lovely like that. And the Divas went, no, we don't want that. So they got what they wanted, obviously, and it makes a great statement. So, Penny, I think it's over to you now.
Yeah, thanks, Dina. So just to talk about why the Divas project is necessary, women with learning disabilities are more likely to experience abuse than those without, and the impact is serious and long-lasting. So at the Women's Centre, Cornwall, we offer support to women who've experienced domestic abuse and sexual violence. We offer a safe place where we listen and we believe. Often women with learning disabilities and or autism are not listened to and not believed. We work to empower women to move forward, and we work with a whole woman. So we believe that every Diva is an expert on her life and her own experiences. So we work with a whole person to not just deal with the trauma that they've experienced, but also to deal with their mental well-being, their physical well-being. So the whole woman, we have a very holistic and social model of support. And I think I'm also talking on the next slide. Yes, I am. So today we're looking at barriers, we're looking at discrimination and prejudice, but we're also trying to put really positive outlook on it as well. So we believe that people with learning disabilities and or autism are disabled by society and the structures and attitudes of society. Misconceptions and negative attitudes can be a barrier to people with a learning disability or autism living the lives that they want to. And some of those social inequalities include access to healthcare, education and support services. The impact of trauma is long-lasting, and often people don't know how to access support or where support is, and women are often not believed. So organisations need to address barriers at a local and national level to be able to overcome that. And if support and services are set up in a way that is accessible for people with learning disabilities and or autism, then they would not be excluded or restricted, which is why the Divas are at the very heart of what we do, very upfront and centre, and they co-facilitate and have an input into everything that we do. Who am I handing over to?
I think it might be me and Mary. So if we've got the next slide up, I can't see it. The light's on it, so I'm not sure. Yeah, okay, thanks very much. So we're not planning to read the slide. We hope that that's okay for everybody. But Mary and I thought we'd have a little conversation. I might need to borrow the other mic for a minute.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
So we're going to have a little conversation to just say what it's been like for you living with a learning disability.
Right, okay.
So, and well done for doing it.
Thank you.
My first question is, I think if I asked you a big question, that would be hard.
Yes, it would, because I got learning difficulties, and if you ask me, I'll get you to do it another way.
That's right. So that's what I was going to say. Do tell me if you need to.
I will. That's fine.
So do you think having a learning disability has been a problem for you or not?
Yeah. It is a big problem.
Can you say about how you've been affected?
Yeah, basically, I had problems at school. I was bullied a lot.
Did you have any friends at school?
No.
How did you spend your
basically
time?
On my own.
So at weekends, in holidays?
Yeah, weekend holiday on my own. As soon as I told people I had a learning disability, they just avoided me.
And they bullied you because?
Bullied me, yeah. Bullied because of that. Called me names.
Okay.
All sorts.
So you were quite isolated?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Was there anybody from the teachers? Did anybody try and help you?
No.
Did anybody come and see you about? Because I think you decided you didn't like school, so you weren't going to go.
No, I skived.
And did anybody try and talk to you about how you went back to school?
No.
No. Did your parents try and help you?
No. They knew I was skiving, but they didn't do nothing about it.
Okay. So when I asked you when you were a young girl, did you have any dreams about what you would do and be when you were older?
No.
You didn't have a dream?
No, I didn't.
No. And how would you describe your childhood? Would you say, if I gave you some words...
Go on.
Would you say it was happy?
No.
Would you say it was you had friends?
No.
Would you say that you enjoyed doing some things on your own?
I would say that's a yes.
And what sort of things did you enjoy?
Basically, listening to music and crosswords, and basically keep myself to myself.
Okay. So if we move on to your getting to 15, 16.
Yeah.
And you probably weren't going to school very much by then.
No, I wasn't.
And did you think you might try and get a job?
No.
Not at all. You had
not at all. I had no ambitions at that time because, yeah.
And if I were to ask you now, would you like a job?
Oh, of course I would like a job.
So that's a big difference.
That is a big difference, Dina. Yeah, it is.
And do you think? I know we'll talk about your health in a minute.
Yeah.
But if you were well enough,
yeah.
Do you think you might try and get a job?
If my health conditions were well, yeah, I would.
So, okay. So you did work a little bit.
I did work a little bit, yes.
And how did you find those jobs?
I wouldn't say they were my ideal jobs, no, but it was a job and I was out and about meeting new people and earning a living, yeah.
And what sort of jobs did you do?
I was a cleaner.
Okay. And how did you get on with the other cleaners?
I got on, I can say honestly now, they were the best friends I ever had.
So that was a really positive time?
That was, yeah.
Okay, so that's a really good aspect. Yeah. Can we just do, because I think I'm probably going to get a 5-minute warning. Can we just do about how you envisage your life in terms of a marriage? Did you want to get married or not? Did you want to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Was there any? What was your dream about
that? At the time, no.
But you did meet.
I did meet. Yeah.
A boyfriend.
Yes, I did. Yes.
You did get married.
Yes.
And that was a very abusive marriage.
That was a very abusive marriage. Yes.
And you've been left with quite a lot of injuries.
Correct. I've been hospitalised loads of times.
Yeah, and also your mental health was very badly affected.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You felt very, very, very upset.
Yeah.
And distressed.
In distress. Yes.
And I think anxiety levels are high.
And very high.
So I think if I'm to end this, I think I probably need to say, how are you feeling now? Did you ever think you'd be sat here talking to this many people?
No. No, not in my entire life, Tina.
Are you really happy that you've done it?
I will say...
Later.
I will say out of 100, it's 98% at the moment.
Hey, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Dina. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Heather.
And I mean, the stats are horrible. I mean, I hope we just illustrated the exclusion. It's just excluding, and the barriers are huge. And our society, you know, we've had women come to the Divas who haven't been able to talk really, and because they've never been listened to, they've never been given the opportunities. And there was one particular woman, we're training the police because we like to train people to do a different job. And she said she wouldn't do any training, but she'd come and watch. And we said, that's brilliant, that's great. And then after a few training sessions, somebody else was just going to get up and do a conversation. She got up, sat on the seat, I want a conversation. So we did a conversation, and we kept doing. And it was just like, if knowing that can happen is really important, I think. So it's really important. Yeah. And moving on to Heather.
Hello.
So, Heather, we're going to do a fairly short conversation, but about living as an autistic woman.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I think I heard the previous talk from Pride about the pronouns, etc. And I think it's important because I have to watch what I say in terms of we say women with learning disabilities, autistic women, autistic people.
First language.
The person first language. And Heather in the Women's Centre helps us remember that, because it's important to respect what people want. And we know people get it wrong. I keep getting it wrong. But I'm trying to really learn it and change myself. So Heather helps me do that. So thank you.
Yeah, it's just about recognising that people aren't with autism. They are autistic, and that's quite a movement and quite a thing within the autistic community.
Thank you so much. So can I just ask you, I know that there would be so much to cover, but I would like people to understand some of the issues that you face in social situations, because coming to do something like this, for me, maybe one thing, but can you just talk about some of the things that are happening around in your head to manage dealing with this sort of situation?
Well, it's the anxiety, which I think anybody gets anyway, to start with. Who am I? Where are we going to be? What's the room going to be like? Am I going to be able to tolerate the noise? The lighting? Is it going to be a lot of clapping? Is it going to be too busy for me? There's all these things going on. I mean, I was in the AGM a couple of days ago at the Women's Centre, and we had a lot of women, and there's just all this chatting going on, and I was like, oh, this is too much for me. So I stood outside until it was ready to start. And then when they were doing the bit online, it was just far too loud. But the thing is, while I'm capable of saying something, in the minute I can't. All I can do is cover my ears. And then it took Mary to say, is this too loud for you? And I went, yeah. And asked the CEO to turn it down, and they did, and then it was like, oh, great. But when they were clapping, oh, my God, it's actually painful. I'm really auditory defensive, and I don't filter sound, so I hear it all the time. And it's akin to, like, if someone's got hearing aids for the first time, they have to relearn how to filter everything out, only I don't do the filtering. So it's like that all the time. Yeah, nightmare, innit?
Want a round of applause?
I'd much rather you just waved. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. But I don't need one yet. Thank you.
Yet. I like the way Heather says it. Yet.
And I think that it's really helpful to use Heather because she's very experienced in terms of her understanding of autism and has done a lot of training. Yeah. It would be really helpful if you could explain, use the computer system.
All right. Okay. So, like, you've got two basically. You've got neurotypical, which is the majority of the population, and you've got autistic or other neurodiversities, and it's like different computer systems trying to communicate. And the smaller ones are like your minority groups, and they are like them. And it's like we do all the work but we need that work coming back from the neurotypical community as well to help build those bridges. Yeah.
If I can take you back to you, because you're bright, you've got, you've worked, you've done really, really,
I've
intelligent.
Raised a family, I'm a carer to family members, I used to co-deliver training in autism to professionals and so on, so.
And also, I've got a 5-minute warning, and also, I think that there's the other side of this is that you've struggled with friendships, with understanding social situations, and you joined me 4 years ago, in a not very good place.
Oh no, I was married for 25 years. It was an extremely abusive relationship, but I was married to him for 17 years before I started thinking, hey, this isn't right, because he wasn't one for lifting his hand to me. Everything obviously escalated a great deal once I did start standing up for myself. But I didn't know about anything like coercive control. I didn't see it as abuse. I just was always in the wrong. And because I'm autistic, I'm automatically assumed in the wrong anyway, because I don't fit. And then it becomes a popularity contest amongst other neurotypicals rather than what is right. It's like, this is the issue, but why are you all just doing the... And this happens so much everywhere I go, and I'm like... I'm at the stage now where I'm kind of done with it. I mean, a few things came to light about 4 years ago. I had another breakdown around a nasty, nasty smear campaign from the ex. And it's taking me till now. I've managed to get through without murdering anybody. That was quite
including
a thing. And a form of revenge for me, because there's no justice. It's so injustice. I can't prove anything. And even if I can prove something, it got thrown out by the criminal justice.
The police.
Yeah, because he came up with plausible excuses for things. And that's not on. It's not okay. I'm left with all that injustice and that anger. And honestly, I have been through quite some revenge fantasies, haven't I? So this is my revenge. I'm going to come here and I'm going to teach everybody and I hope everybody will make those adjustments and listen and make changes, please.
So to summarise, the next slide, Penny, we're going to have to do this fairly quickly. I think it's you again, Heather.
Okay, so I won't read it, but what I will do is I've done the 2 computer systems. Look, there's much higher rates of abuse. We're already isolated because we already don't fit. We're already on the outside. But if you're in an abusive relationship, that's layering, that compounding of the isolation, that people easily turning against you. You don't have much in the way of friendship groups. You're so naive, you don't know how to trust people, or you do trust people, but you don't know how to recognise when it's not healthy. And look, with the right support and the right adjustments, we can do anything. I mean, I'm quite capable in a lot of ways, but with things like forms, if it's a generalised form, I can't do it, so you may miss out on some really important information from me because you haven't asked the right questions or given me examples of what you're looking for. So that's an easy adjustment to make, isn't it? Okay. And just remember, autistic people are very skilled in our areas. We've got a lot to offer. We're outside-the-box thinkers, and we're very good at things like the detail, maybe not the whole picture, but we've got a lot to offer.
And if I could also add, in all of that applies to women with learning disabilities.
Yeah, of course it does,
and they have different skills to offer. So they're really great in certain roles. They're amazing and will perform absolutely brilliantly. And I have to say that all the divas are so reliable. One of the key things is that I would, if the divas say they'll do something, they do it, and that's really important. And it's important as an employee. So, okay, it's me again, and I know I'm running out of time. So I think we just wanted to say that it's we go out into the community, we reach out. We really importantly trying to change things. We're trying to work with social care, with housing, with police, with other organisations, and that's really important to the divas to show that they can do it and do it. And it's important to me too. The divas have a great time together. They support each other. They've got a WhatsApp group that they chat and just get on. And we have regular meetings, obviously, and we do nice things as well as put ourselves under pressure. We do really lovely things and go out and do lovely stuff. And we do not crafting, but arts and poetry and just really good, nice stuff. They're proud of their educator status and their training status. We're in the middle, I was going to say this at the end, we're in the middle at the moment of a really big training programme, and we're training Devon and Cornwall. We've trained, first of all, we've trained learning disability services around understanding domestic abuse and sexual violence, because one of the issues is that those services don't understand it, so they don't recognise it, so they're not helping women or men who are being abused to get into a better situation. They're not referring them or helping them access domestic abuse services. So we've worked with the divas have trained, I think we've done 4 or 5 trainings with about 15 representatives of different organisations from Devon and Cornwall. We're in the middle of training domestic abuse services and other allied services. And by the end of it, I think we'll have trained about going on to 180 people. And, you know, we can be the change, and the divas are being the change. Heather talked at the beginning about national consultations. We're consulted by the Home Office, the Ministry of Justice, Victims Commissioner, and we're consulted locally. And we're happy to be consulted because we want to that's what we're there for, to open the doors. So I think that's me done on that slide. Heather's summary, very quickly. A lot of it's covered.
Yeah, okay. Can you all read that on the screen there? So I don't have to read it out to you. Brilliant. Okay. So basically, the first column is about what services need to do, and the other column is what practitioners need to think about. And the thing about the train and train again thing is ask the autistic people, ask people with learning disabilities. We are our own experts by experience, and especially with the autism world. People think, oh, well, we'll listen to the experts. Your experts are your field, the autistic. Okay. Have clear and accessible information, including easy read. Make easy read available, so find ways to make that, or easier read at the very least. And be flexible, be willing to make the adjustments to make it more comfortable, be willing to go to people if they can't, you know, and if they have to travel to get to you, are they able to do that? You know, are you going to meet them? Okay, check in to ensure people have really understood you, even if they can repeat what you've said to them, unpick that and make sure that it's the same conversation. Okay? And say what you mean what you say, and do what you say you're going to do. What else can I put in here? And allow for processing speeds. Now, you know, I'm an intelligent woman, but I will go away and it will take me a while to process the conversation, and that can be weeks or months later. And so I need to have that doorway open to be able to come back to you and to clarify or to question. And in feedback opportunity, yeah, I've just said that. Okay, so think about the noise, the environment that you're in, how busy, how noisy is it? Have you got flickering? Have you got fluorescent lights? Anything like that can be really off-putting and triggering. And make sure that those needs are met differently. So, again, it might be going out to someone rather than bringing them into an environment. And as I've already said, if you're doing questionnaires or form filling, offer support for that. I'm more than capable in a lot of ways, but if you ask me an open-ended or a generalised question, I would really benefit from some examples. Otherwise, I won't know where you're coming from. Okay.
I think that's probably great, actually. Yeah, we could go on. We're training on this a lot, so you know, do come and get some training if you need it. Okay, Penny.
Thanks. And just to say, really, finally, thank you for listening to us. And also, we're moving forward. We're working, we're partnering with Cornwall People First. We're also developing and delivering healthy relationship training, and we're developing services across Devon. And thank you all for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, lovely. Well done. That's the first time that has ever happened for me. First time ever.
Thank you so much. It's great. Really smiley audience. I don't think there's time for questions, but we're happy. We'll stay forever.
It's actually time for questions. So, yeah, if you want to ask any, then...
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. Thank you. But I'd like to ask, as you are supporting people who have endured coercive control and abusive relationships, and as Heather said, she suffered this for 17 years. 25. But then you stood up for yourself, but for 17 years you weren't able to do that. And that is extremely common, isn't it? That people don't even themselves realise until they get to a crisis point. Is there anything others people can do or could have done for you, Heather, that would have given you that knowledge or that courage earlier?
Well, can I just say that's a lovely question. I just got to say that's brilliant. And we ask when we're doing our training. I usually ask the divas that question because it's so important to think of what could be different. Just give you a moment to think.
Yeah, well, actually, the village came to me with a book and asked me to read it. So the women in the village came because I was very isolated, and I read it, and it was about a man who got his wife to starve their child to death because it was all about control and so. And I handed it back to them really angrily and really stood up for my marriage. And I said, I would never allow anything like that. Why did you give me this book? But that was my response to them trying to reach out. Because I wasn't in a place where I was even prepared to take on board that there was anything wrong with my relationship and would have protected it because I loved my husband. And you have this face for the world, don't you? And that face is really important, especially if you're with someone who is in quite a high-powered job where their, what's the word I'm looking for? Their reputation matters. And even when I did come out with things and started speaking out later on, he got me to say that I was lying and making things up to protect his relationship because it would possibly affect the income coming in and his job and so on. And I did. You do what you do what you're told to do, and you do what keeps you safe.
I think I'd come back on that and say it is really tricky because we live in a culture where we are. We have certain roles and we're expected to behave in certain ways. So it's quite hard to recognise, actually, that it isn't okay, that what's happening isn't okay. And then there's lots of reasons and lots of barriers to leaving. One of the really antidotes is probably a weird word, but one of the differences that can be made is getting the message out, starting to say, if this is what your relationship looks like, just have a think. And really, we need to change properly. We need schools. We need to start really early, and we need to get really great education into schools, and not just in a way that's accessible, properly accessible. About understanding, we do a lot of work on the Bill of Rights now. To start to look at what your rights are, to know that you have rights, and to understand that actually, if those rights aren't being met, that actually that's not okay. A lot of the women we work and support do not have that understanding. I've just done a big project around older people, and we've interviewed 35 direct people, men and women, and then we had another 70 online responses. The majority of those people were saying we just didn't understand that we were in an abusive relationship, and when we did, we didn't know how to get out. We didn't know where to go. So I think the other thing is that we need to make it much more obvious where you can get help and make it much easier. So there are some things that organisations need to be doing. So it has to start at many levels, I think. It has to start with young people. It has to start with our politicians. It has to start locally. How do we make ourselves visible? So the reason the divas are out and about trying to put ourselves everywhere is because we're wanting to say, actually, the more we talk about this, the more we actually stop it being hidden, because it's a very hidden thing and very taboo. I mean, and when we talk about sexual violence, people really find that hard. But actually, we need to start saying, no, yes, we can talk about this. It isn't okay. But actually what it looks like and understanding what it looks like is critical. The older people who we interviewed, and one of their asks was that they were involved with designing literature and communication strategies because they thought they would know better than anybody else what will work. And I have to say they're right. So it's a great question, and we could spend a workshop on what we do, but hopefully that's answered some of it.
I think that's why I came to you, wasn't it, Dina? Was to say, look, we really need to get into schools and secondary schools and so on to teach what a healthy relationship is versus an unhealthy relationship. If I had been taught about the equality wheel and the power and control wheel, it might have given me enough to keep out of a poor relationship in the first place, never mind going through 25 years. In fact, beyond that, because it doesn't end at the end of marriage. When you divorce someone, it can often exacerbate and get worse. And it might have protected me and others from that. So I think educating there and working on an easier read of the power and control wheel and the equality wheel, it would be fantastic if that happens and that gets taken up, because that'll make it more accessible for very vulnerable people.
Do you mean if it happens, we've done it? We've just got to produce it.
Okay, get it produced then, Mrs.
Thank you. Under pressure.
Yeah, under pressure now, darling.
Get it out there, woman.
Thank you.
Yeah, get it out there, woman.
Any other questions? It's been lovely. You've all smiled and looked great and been really appreciative. And we appreciate you.
Sorry, one question that occurs to me. Do you also work with men?
Well, the Women's Centre is a women's centre, but the projects that we run, we partner with other agencies so that we want the people who are specialists at working with men to work with men, but we want to share some of our common goals. So it's really important that, men are feminists, they can be really supportive. And so, for example, Penny said, we're starting to work with Cornwall people first in the new year. We're just having the planning meetings at the moment, and they work with men, and they're going to be running groups for men with learning disabilities and autism. So we're going to carry on working as we're working, but trying to get wider and get the word out really widely, because it's absolutely vital, because everybody needs to change.
Healthy relationships are for everyone.
That's quite a good note to end on.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to say a big, big thank you, and you've been so brave. What you're doing is vital, and the education is just, like you say, it's so important. So well done, and a big thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a first.
You've been waved ever.
And I just wish everybody would do that.
So much.
That's the first time that's ever happened. Thank you.
I just want everybody to have a look at my boots.
The boots.
I wore them specially, and I love the wig at the back. I wish I'd got that, because that would just be ace.
So next up we have Cornwall Faith Forum, so just bear with us a moment, we'll jiggle things around again, and then it's over to Kudzia and Muna. Kinsey is from the Cornwall Faith Forum, and I will hand over to yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, namaste, sat sri akal, and shalom. Peace be on you all. Thank you very much to Chaos for inviting us to come and speak to you today about Cornwall Faith Forum. Now, according to the 2021 census, and we've heard some extracts from that this morning, 46.3% of people in Cornwall don't consider themselves to have any religion at all. 45%, a smaller percentage, call themselves Christian. And that leaves about 8 or 9% of people who belong to other faiths. And we have representatives of almost all faiths here in Cornwall. But they're a very small minority. And as we've heard earlier on from other groups, minorities have a difficult time in Cornwall in being treated equally, in getting equal access to things. And that's one of the things that Cornwall Faith Forum are trying to address, so that everyone of faith or of no faith has an opportunity to spend time together and get to know each other. So it's the vision of Cornwall Faith Forum to find common ground. And Cornwall Faith Forum is actually called Dor Cemin. Press the right button. Okay. Dor Cemin is Cornish, and it means common ground. And that's what we're looking for in Cornwall Faith Forum. The values of Cornwall Faith Forum are expressed in this way. Cornwall Faith Forum commits ourselves as people of many faiths or none to work together for the common good, uniting to build a better society. And if you've listened to the speakers before, that's exactly what they want to do too. Grounded in the values that we share: care and compassion, justice and peace, respect for one another. And I think that's a lot of what we've been listening to this morning. Respect whoever you are, however you are. And also respect for the earth and all life on it. Cornwall Faith Forum members commit ourselves in a spirit of friendship and cooperation to work together alongside all who share our values and ideals, to bring about a better world for those to come after us and for ourselves now. And I think that blends very well with what we've heard this morning. We all want to live where we can blossom, where we can flower. And one of the things that I always say when speaking to people of different faiths is, our world is full of beauty. We've got birds of many colours, many shapes, many dimensions, many lifestyles. We've got flowers of every shape and colour, flowers that creep on the ground and flowers that reach to the tops of the trees. We love them all. We should love the people as well like that. Whatever their lifestyle, they are created by our Creator, and we should treat them with respect. We may have differences. We may have difficulties, but they still deserve to be treated with respect, with kindness, with compassion. And how to do that. So Dor Cemin was created in 2008, hoping to do that. If I can manage the technology. Dor Cemin planned to build a centre that we could share, people of all faiths and people of no faith, to discuss spirituality. Because many people, even people who don't have a record, don't call themselves a member of a faith group, many people say they are spiritual but not religious. It's very common nowadays. I'm spiritual but not religious. And as a Muslim, I understand that, because in my religion, it says that when a child is created, God breathes into it of his spirit. So even though we don't know it, we don't recognise it, and it's not talked about, there's no education in these things much these days, it is there within us all and needs to be expressed. And Dor Cemin wanted to build this building like this, and it was designed by a local architect, and Cornwall Council were very kind and leased us a piece of ground at Penmount Crematorium where we anticipated building it. But of course, like everyone else, collecting the funds together is very difficult. So the original building was going to have an internal oval shape with a hall for multi-purpose hall, and surrounding it under the lower level was going to be the services, so kitchens and bathrooms and other areas that were services for the main building. We still use the field, and we try in the summertime to have something happening on the field every month, and we have people from all sorts of faiths coming to the field together. So as you can see here, this was the celebration of the site, of the donation, the leasing of the site by the council to the Faith Forum. Because we weren't able to begin with the building, we'd start by building the outline of it in wood. And this is called a wood henge. We're all familiar with stone henges. They exist all over the country. We've built a wooden henge to mark where we hope and plan to have the building. And this is, when you enter Penmount Crematorium, this field is on the left, and it's called we call it the Peace Field. It's called the Peace Field, and we have a lot of meetings and gatherings there. And as you can see, this is a celebration of the planning permission of the building, which was given quite comfortably, and getting charitable status for Dorchester. And here is another picture of this day. And here you can see something that was created with flags which symbolise all the different faiths represented in Cornwall, so that we realise that, as you said earlier, you can't see a person's autism, you can't see a person's faith. You can only know it by interacting with them and talking to them. And if you do that with kindness, most people of faith, and many people of no faith, enjoy talking about these things. So, different events that were held to celebrate significant days in different religions. This is something we do regularly throughout the year. And this was celebrating a thank you for public and voluntary services. We've had chaos over there. I've seen Henry up there on different days. Oh, and this was my favourite thing. I loved this. Building cob bricks. The internal wall was intended to be of cob bricks. And I don't know how many of you know how cob bricks are made. You dig the ground and take out of the ground the soil and the stones. You shake that in a riddle or a sieve to take out the stones and get the soil. When you've got the soil separated from the stones, you put it on a sheet, mix it with straw from a local farm, and you have a lovely time with your Wellington boots, and you mix it with water, and you jump about, and you have lots of fun until it becomes gluey. And then when it's in that condition of being gluey, you can shape it into the shape of bricks. So that is Cornwall's soil, Cornwall's stones, Cornwall's straw being made into bricks to build Cornwall's Dorchester, common ground, building it together. And the bricks can go in the building, the stones can go on the footpaths, and I just loved it. And we had people coming in from different schools, having a session at cob brick building, coming from different firms as a team building exercise. Unfortunately, the weather in Cornwall was against us, and the polytunnel we had to keep the bricks in got blown away twice. So the cob bricks are now preserved in a building, but the scheme of making more got left behind, unfortunately. But I thought that was a wonderful thing. Yes, because we didn't get onto the building, we decided what else can we do with the site to mark it, to know that this is our site. And one of the things we did was to plant a peace pole. Paul Haynes of the Quaker community goes all over the world with his walking stick, talking about peace to communities. He's walked from Rome to Jerusalem. He's walked all over the Netherlands. He's walked all over this country. And he goes to communities to talk about peace. And he gets them to write the word peace on his pole in different languages. So this was a peace pole planted at Penmount. And there are thousands of them all over the world, in different parts of the world. And then, this was the Dorkemin Oval. This is the shape of the building we wanted to make. We decided to call it Dorkemin Oval, oval being the shape of many eggs, and from eggs life begins. So that's... Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, it does look like a stadium from here, but that's an aerial plan of it. Okay, so now we did a lot of tree planting. So different communities in Cornwall donated trees, and we planted them around the site, and with little plaques to mark which community gave it. And then with the Queen's green canopy and the forests planting all over, the council have planted a lot of trees on one side of the site. So if and when, God willing, that building ever gets built, it'll be in a forest clearing, which would be wonderful. And this is different workshops. We do try to hold something happening every month in the summer, and as you can see, that was a typical Cornish summer. So we do our best to do different things. That was the polytunnel getting blown away and being cleared up. So this is how we use the site. And that was when we were trying to collect the bricks together and preserve them from the wind. Okay. One of the things that Paul often does is, on the 21st of September every year is International Peace Day, United Nations International Peace Day. And he gathers choirs together and gets them to sing in Truro, all kinds of choirs. And if you've ever heard of the Trembolos, they're wonderful. If they'd come and sing to you, it's absolutely great. But speaking of Dorkemin, one of our jobs is to teach people of different faiths or people who don't know much about faith. And we have what are called our 3 strands. So Cornwall Faith Forum aims to create an environment where you can learn about each other's ideas, each other's religions, each other's lifestyles, to create peace in the community. Then we have sharing for peace. So we have our shared festivals, different festivals of different religions. We share them all together. And the other is building for peace. And that was the building we were aiming to create so that we could build a community that respected each other. And one of the learning for peace, we go into schools and colleges around Cornwall. We go into places like Trelisk and the council, so that people can be given the opportunity to understand how or what other people of other religions would like, how you'd like to be. Just like you've talked this morning, how people with learning difficulties, people with autism, people with differences want to be treated. That applies just as much to people of faith. We all want to be treated kindly. We all want to be treated with respect. People of faith are no different. But one of the wonderful experiences I had with the learning for peace is in Truro Cathedral. A few years ago, we had workshops there where each of the faith representatives did a little workshop for 45 minutes, and children came in from schools all around Truro into the cathedral with their lunch boxes, with their noise, with their liveliness, and sat in the central aisle of the cathedral, and different places around the cathedral were the different workshops. I happened to be between the 2 choir seating area, but others were in different areas. And the children went from one workshop to another, doing all the different activities we got planned for them. And visitors who came into the cathedral, it's fascinating. They were saying, what's going on here? You know, we don't expect cathedrals to be noisy and bustling with children. And we explained what it was. And most people said that was wonderful to see the cathedral full of life, full of activity, sharing that resource which they have with others to share. Only 1 or 2 voices said, oh no, we expect the cathedral to be quiet and peaceful, and it's disturbing. But for me, to see the cathedral full of life and full of children interested in learning, I found that very, very pleasant. So that's Cornwall Faith Forum. It's not very well known, but we have existed a long time. And if anybody knows how to get people aware of it, I'd be happy to know, because I think so many people are surprised when I talk about it. So that's Cornwall Faith Forum. Put your hand up if you ever heard of it before. Oh, a few, half maybe. Right, that's lovely. Thank you very much. And thank you to Chaos for giving me the opportunity to speak. So, I suppose if anybody wants to say anything or has any questions, they're welcome to say. Come on, Jess.
Thank you very much, Kitty.
Okay.
That's brilliant. It is now the end of the morning, you'll be pleased to hear, and we have got lunch up on the tables. So we have cheese and onion pasties, we've got vegan pasties, we have meat pasties, there's gluten-free, there's quiches, dairy-free, gluten-free and wheat-free quiches. So please just look what there is. We have kind of disappeared with quite a lot of the food. I think there has been quite a lot eaten this morning, which is really, really good. So just if you can try and keep to your dietary groups, that would be very, very helpful for me. And if there's anything left over, then by all means, have as much as you like. Thank you very much.
here at Chaos at Eden for ChaosCon 2023. And look who I'm joined by now, ladies and gentlemen. Our very own Babs Rounceville, MBE, and Katie Hutchinson,
Hello.
ABC. Lovely to have you. Yeah, we're on. We're on
Are you
the telly.
joking?
Yeah, no, we don't need to make you any louder,
I
Kate.
can't
No, it's on the machine. Don't worry.
I was
I'll deal
saying
with that
I
side of
was-
things. You're fine. Look, thank you for both making it up here today. Lovely to have you. I know how busy you both are. Thoughts and feelings on being here today?
Amazing. Yeah, they made it look wonderful.
You're enjoying it all so far? Had your bit of lunch?
Well,
we were responsible for bringing the lunch and the chaos.
Very important.
3 phone calls later, they thought we'd gone to drink wine, but
You've made it.
we
You've
were
made
in
it.
Niles.
And have you had a nice mingle, nice chat with everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I see my 2 favourite humans, Muna and Kutsi.
They are. Yeah, they've done their talk this morning. Kudzi was fabulous, all about the faith forum and that side of things. Why is it so important to see people like Kudzi and Muna here and, representation in that sense?
Food for the soul.
It is, isn't
Those
it?
2 are food for the
Isn't
soul.
it just?
Yeah. And they're doing a faith show with Mia.
All for the right reasons.
They've got signed up.
Yeah.
And it's really important to share that message.
mic up.
It's really
Thank you.
important to share that message so that other people know where to go to link up and
This is it. And we said
Be
this is
part
the
of a good
beauty
community.
of chaos when it comes to it, is linking those people up. Even if it's you've got a problem we can't help with, we'll certainly know somebody
know
that
somebody
will.
that does.
And we've always thought of ourselves, we're always on that same team, whether somebody's being helped
Yeah.
or not, we are on that same team, striving for those same goals.
Yeah.
So thoughts and feelings on ChaosCon, bringing everybody together, having, this is under your wing. This is chaos. You both are very much chaos in that sense.
We are, aren't we?
We're just chaotic, aren't we?
Literally,
Very
you're bringing the
we don't
chaos.
have to try to be it, Kate. That's the thing. This comes
Natural.
natural to us.
We weren't even allowed to put the pasties on the plates. They chucked
got
us
ushered
out.
in.
We were trying to get them out of the car, and Babs said, "I think it's best you and me leave. We're
Yeah.
just making this
Go and speak to
worse."
somebody. Go and speak to
on the
somebody.
wrong plate.
But again, working with Andrew at CILL, it's really important. We've got that trust from him. I think that says a lot,
Worked with
doesn't
him
it?
for years now.
Yeah.
And this is going to get bigger and better.
Yeah,
And
I know
it's
Andrew's thrilled to bits with it here today. He's had an amazing time of it. He's already thought this is incredible, so inclusive like that.
Yeah.
And I say it's very different because chaos has always been like that, hasn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question.
Yes,
I said about
yes.
inclusivity
Yes,
and
because
welcoming.
It is, because we've always been the odd ones out. So everything we do, we don't want anybody to be the odd ones
Yeah.
out, do we, Kate?
On the naughty step.
No, not on the naughty step. This
We
is the
could
right
have a
thing to
project
do.
called that,
We're
couldn't we?
on the oh
no,
my God.
on the naughty step.
Yeah.
Or
That
the
would
odd
be
ones
brilliant.
out.
Yeah, but you're on the naughty steps for the good reasons. It's for the right reasons.
It's a lot
to
more
do it.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it as well, haven't they?
As if we say, ask for forgiveness
Not
rather
for
than permission.
Yeah, and this is it. And like you say, coming and doing things like this today, you just got to do it.
Yeah.
You can't be asking for the permissions and waiting for somebody else to do it when here we are. We have the power
Yeah.
to do it ourselves
And
like
I think just don't expect perfection because it doesn't happen. Just be yourself.
Talk for yourself. It's bloody hurtful.
Younger model, I tell you.
I'm perfection personified here.
that. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Me in 30 years' time.
That's what she said. She always goes to me, got to look forward to this.
I don't know if I'm looking forward to it though. But like I say, putting things like this on, it's so important. We're community, people-centric,
Yeah.
always has been.
Yeah.
And I think nobody has the time to shout about the good work they're doing.
No,
That's why
no.
we will certainly shout
Yeah.
about it.
And I think that's what digital does. It gives everybody a voice, and we're passionate about sort of everybody being able to have a voice and link up and, well, it's...
Be included.
Yeah.
included.
Yeah, it's putting people on that pedestal, isn't it? What are you both
Taking the
like?
mickey.
I don't think know if you were or not, though. This is the thing.
No, I wasn't. I was being
What you
serious.
didn't see was her eyes.
But this is it. It's about shining the light on the people
Yeah,
that don't shout about it themselves. Everybody's so busy delivering on the ground, doing this amazing work. This gives us the chance to get everybody together in one place, show the work they're doing. There's
Yeah.
such good things being done across the county, and not just across the county, but across the country like this. Whereas there's a lot of negative press a lot of the times
Yeah,
about the sector, and I
know.
think we forget that there's people every day delivering and making people's lives better.
And I think those people are so humble. They don't ever want to sing their own
But they don't even realise they're doing it.
They don't,
That's the
they
thing. They
don't.
don't
They're
know
just
that
so
actually what you're
busy,
doing is awesome.
and, yeah, and I
This is
think
it.
that's why we need to go and celebrate them because they just do it because they love it.
And I think, people don't put their hands up like that.
What
So
do we
there's
do now? Just talk to each other? They're whispering
I'm not
about
gonna
us.
do
We're
that.
terrified.
They don't want us.
I'm gonna
Us ad-libbing.
We've seen this today. We've seen what Chaos has accomplished today. Did you think, when Chaos first started, when you first got those little legs of Chaos, the growth in it, did you think we'd be here now?
So I remember that 2:00 in the morning being woke up by Katie and go, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it. And I was like, who's dead? What's happened? We're going to call it Chaos. CHAOS. I said, what the hell does that mean? Community
helping all of society.
That you still remember after all these years.
And I still get it wrong when I have to say it out.
What do you think of like seeing it go from those first baby steps to the scale it is now?
I think you almost don't recognise it until you come and you see, because we're so busy doing, and then all of a sudden you take a breath and you stop and you look back and you think, oh, golly, that's amazing. Like you come here today, because we haven't done the work for this, have we?
No,
We do all
not
the
at
other
all. And
bits.
because we're in so many different places, it isn't until we go and look at another project that's under the Chaos umbrella, you're like, oh my God, there's loads to it. Like,
all
all
the team, like, you know, all of our team and the volunteers. It's just like, it is fantastic, isn't it?
And like you say, it is reactionary based. I know you've always been reactionary based, where there's that need
Still
in the
am.
community. Yeah, and they're in the best way as well. There's a need
Organic.
in the
We call it
community.
very organic.
Natural, organic.
Organic, I'll take
Save
that.
that for the bids, Kate. Look, we're going to finish up lunch very soon. Thank you both for having a chat with me today, and I'll let you get back to your mingling and your chatting.
We're just
going to
do laughing.
You're very good at it. And we'll be right back after this very short break with our next speaker this afternoon.
Bye-bye.
gentle, super accessible. We're just going to do moving and breathing, which you are all highly qualified for, I reckon.
We'll have one of us.
Cool.
On the side.
That's brilliant.
So we've got Bryna and Mia that's going to be doing some commentary throughout.
Okay.
So
cool.
So the standing yoga section of the day has just started, and I'm very, very excited. I've got Mia here with me as well.
I think this is a great way to kind of just work off some of the big lunches we've just had. Very, very lovely lunch here at Chaos at Eden. This yoga is good because it's accessible to all, so it's going to be I've been assured it's going to be very relaxed, nothing too strenuous, which is good, because I don't think I could do that after all that food.
I've had some disasters trying to do yoga before. Downward dog fell on my face.
Oh,
not it.
I don't think there's any downward dogs
Good.
today. No, definitely not. So I think we've all gathered here. I know a lot of the participants here at Chaos at Eden do this quite regularly, so hopefully we can follow along with them, see what they're doing.
They're the experts
this afternoon.
here.
Yeah, I know they were quite excited. They were sort of rounding up the troops earlier on to get everyone involved. So, okay,
lovely. This is going to help us digest our lunch, which is nice. I have had. What did you have for lunch?
I had a quiche.
Quiche, lovely. I had a nice pasty.
Yeah,
That's
lovely.
really, really good.
So Sam's just telling us here that the yoga's meant to make us feel a lot better, go at our own pace. Are we going to give it a go?
Yeah, let's shake out our legs. Ooh, let's go in a bit. Ooh. You can do this one-handed, just swinging our arms backwards and forwards.
I feel a bit like a bird doing this.
I'm going to pull an arm.
How high can you go, Bryna?
I think I might need to swap to do my other arm in a sec. Oh, I don't know if I can go all the way down. We've got a big range of motion now.
Yeah, we're one-handed
can
here.
See.
Yeah. I think I'm a little bit out of time.
Yeah. I believe there's also some breathing that you should be doing with this. I'm going to assume in and out.
It is making me quite warm, actually, here in the polytunnel.
Yeah, a bit warm.
Yeah.
It's helping with the lunch digestion, definitely.
It's all moving
I can
about
feel the
in
pasty
there.
moving. Ooh.
This is really relaxing, actually, in this pose.
I'm enjoying this.
We're stood in mountain pose here. This is all about balance now, Bryna.
This is my specialty. Good for balance.
Right, so don't look at me, Bryna, tonight.
I won't look into your eyes.
I can see you wobbling.
I was just saying about how good I am.
Reach high.
There we go.
Hopefully, wherever you're watching today, you can do a bit of this at home.
I think this is going to be my morning routine now.
This is great. Do you know what I'm really enjoying? In the background, I can hear some nice birds.
Yeah. Get some running water. Get some sound effects on the stream.
Yes. Yoga sound effects. That could be a new Chaos Radio show.
Oh, it's kind of, we're like sitting cats.
Oh. I think this is what my cat Isla does in the morning.
I used to do that. I used to do a lot of gymnastics, and in gymnastics I would do this on the floor on all fours, cat-cow pose.
I'm really hoping there's not a photo of this that will go up online at some point.
I really... It's always as if someone's filming us.
It is almost, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe this can go in our best bits reel later on.
Yeah, why not? I feel like you look very elegant doing this, Brian.
I don't feel very elegant at all.
Can you touch your toes? That's the question.
I actually can.
I can't. Look how far away
Comfortably.
I am.
Oh.
Don't lose the mic.
I am getting a very nice stretch in my back, I'll give it that.
Oh, okay.
Nice calf stretch as well.
I hope you can hear all the nice sounds coming out from this.
Yeah. I think my back's going to make some fun noises as I get back up. I don't know if I can get back up.
I feel like there's going to be some clicking. Are we going to see a Brian and Jordan Christmas DVD coming out?
Oh yeah, get me on a Get Fit Quick program.
You're the new Davina, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Get me up at the front. This is perfect for us.
It's fallen very silent in here. It's very calming.
Everyone's concentrating. I feel as though we're almost disrupting the peace slightly.
Oh no. If you can't hear that, there's now a brain challenge going on. Oh. One forward, one back. Oh.
There's a lot of concentration here. I used to do this a lot for gymnastics. Oh, I can't.
We've also got photographer Joe taking nice photos of us on the side. Not distracting at all.
No. Take a look at your lovely nails, Mia.
Thank you. They are.
Can we get a close-up on the nails?
I feel like, if we exercise only one arm, the other's going to be all floppy later.
I might need to have a little swap.
Should we swap our microphones after 3?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Absolute pros.
Perfectly done. I hope if anyone's trying this along at home, because you can do this in any setting, really, can't you?
I do. I think this would be a good kind of office kind of vibe just after lunch.
Shall we start this in the office?
Yeah.
We can get everyone involved.
It would feel very zen in the Chaos Digital office, don't you think? There's some great facial expressions coming up here.
There is.
Brian, I can't look at you.
Your tiny face is adorable.
Thank you. I feel a little bit like a woodland creature.
Yes, little shrew.
Thank you so much to Sam there.
I feel...
We're doing a final move
final
now.
move.
Okay,
This is
let's team up,
perfect.
Raina.
Hello.
Hello. We're not quite sure what's going on.
We're just going with the motions.
Okay, let's see what Sam is doing.
Jess.
Okay.
Should we face? This?
Are we similar? I don't think
No,
we
we're
are.
not.
Are we? You're a bit tall for me, Brianna. Okay.
Okay.
So are you on your left there and I'm on my right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, Bryna, where are we going to look? Where are we going to
it's
focus
coming
on
out.
here?
This leg's coming out to the side.
Oh, to the side?
Oh my god, I can't do this. This is...
No, hang on.
Are
We
we
need
doing
to
it
tuck it in
right?
front of us, Bryna.
Oh, in front of us.
Oh, okay.
Our tree
What we're gonna
can't
do-
really...
Right, so
yes.
microphone's in the middle. This is potentially quite dangerous. Please don't
Maybe
try
don't
this
try
at home.
this at home.
No.
Well, do, but
But
not with
without the
microphones and not
microphones.
trying to talk.
Yeah. Oh, look at us as a tall tree.
We're a lovely tall tree of growth.
We're going to do our final balance now,
we're
so
swapping.
let's swap. Let's assume our positions. Okay. I think you need to take your microphone in the
I
other
do.
hand.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready, listeners?
Right.
And viewers this afternoon? Okay. Here we go. We look like
balancing?
ballerinas.
Shall we?
Not yet.
Oh, you're not balancing yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we like
yeah,
that.
yeah. No, we
Roots
can.
go down, branches get tall.
That's your proverb of the day.
This tree's for you.
I'm very sorry, Bryna. There we go.
There we go. Stare. What were we told earlier? Stare at something that's not moving.
I'm going to stare at the tomatoes.
I'm looking at a black plant pot. Are we done? Oh,
Thank you, partner.
Thank you very
that
much.
was
Thank
brilliant.
You, Mia.
We're going to finish
was
on one
wonderful.
last thing from Sam here, I
And
think.
thank you, everyone, for joining us and watching us terribly do that.
I feel like we're doing like a Vogue dance rather than looking very zen.
I feel zen. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you to Sam there. That was a
That
really
was
nice
wonderful.
gentle yoga there.
I feel digested, I feel calm, I feel zen. I'm ready for the rest of the day. And we've got some very exciting talks coming up, which we'll show you in just a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you for the yoga, Sam, wherever I can't see where you've gone. Over there. Thank you very much for the yoga, Sam. It was very, very invigorating for after lunch, and hopefully everyone's feeling suitably relaxed and stretched now. So I'm going to hand over to Nick and Steph from the Creature Feature, along with some friends. So over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, seeing you all nicely exercised now, well fed. This is Nicola. She's a zoologist and runs the Creature Feature show, and she's going to do a little presentation for you.
Okay, yes.
She also has a cold.
So we are going to talk to you about animal-assisted therapy. So who is the Creature Feature show? So we started on Chaos Radio in 2020, just before COVID. And we have a weekly animal show on Sundays, 4 till 5. We are a small animal rescue. As you can see, don't worry, he will not jump off the table. I'm an animal-assisted therapy practitioner. So I've worked with Chaos now 5 years through all their different provisions. And I'm now gone through zoology to an animal therapy practitioner. So we provide animal-assisted interventions and education. And we're also Cornwall's first full-time pet food bank. So what is animal therapy? It's using animals for people's well-being, mental health, physical health, emotional health. It's providing comfort to others. And it's also, they can alert you of danger. So we've got someone training a dog at the moment for recognising epilepsy in their children. And it's an alternative therapy. So I'm not a counsellor. I've never trained as a counsellor. We just provide this alongside regular therapy sessions. It could be alongside anything that's professional support. So where do we offer? We have 27 care homes in Cornwall at the moment that we've taken on in 2 years. We go to schools and colleges, Trelisk Hospital. We go to Plymouth University as their wellbeing. We do one-to-one. We do group sessions. We do emergency services, unpaid carers, anyone that really would benefit from seeing animals, we would provide the support for. So the people we come across that uses animal-assisted therapy are those with mental health, physical health, autism, ADHD, Alzheimer's, dementia, end of life, people who are socially excluded or isolated, and those that have come here to have a job from abroad and they've left everything behind. Anything? So who do we provide it for? Everyone. So we do, for instance, residents in care homes or the hospital patients. We do staff. We include visitors on site, relatives, friends, children. We do a therapy session in a care home where the staff bring their children in. So you've got 3 generations of children and people in there, and the public. So why is it useful? It's decreasing that learned helplessness and increasing a sense of control for yourselves. It's helping to feel safer and relaxed and more comfortable in the environment. It's grounding. So we will be bringing animals around afterwards, and you will probably notice just how much they make a difference. It's different opportunities of physical touch and comfort. It acts as a bridge. So if you're in therapy, it can help provide a therapeutic relationship. And it's unconditional and non-judgmental support for everyone. There are risks when you're allergic to animals. So if you are allergic to animals, please do let us know. Getting attached to them is also another risk. So the common types that people would come across would be horses, dogs, cats, farm animals, rabbits, guinea pigs. So we use some of those animals. But we also add in reptiles. So we use lizards, geckos, tortoises, down to snakes, tarantulas. We've got therapy chickens. So, for instance, Marbles here is trained. As soon as he's out of his cage, he'll sit on the mat. He will not go off his mat. And he will just stay there, which helps when you're on a resident's bed. We know that it's safe. He's not going to jump around. We can just leave him there. We've also got Chip, which is our therapy dash hound. And he is a award-winning therapy dash hound. So he got an award this year for being a service dog, which is the first one actually in Cornwall to be awarded this award. So why are we different to other animal-assisted therapy places? There's a few of them around. So we use rescue animals. All the animals we use are rescued. The rabbit, he was going to be put out into the wild. I was his 5th owner at 9 months old. We got a bearded dragon. With the cost of living, they couldn't afford his heat, and he was fed the completely wrong diet. And then we've got the tortoise, which was a children's pet, and they wanted a different animal. So what has to go? Their current pet. We've got currently quite a lot of reptiles that have come from the cost of living. They need to have certain temperatures. They all come to us. We allow staff to take animals around. So we are normally stood in the corner, empty cages, don't see the animals for an hour, which means they can interact differently with the residents. And we include everyone's well-being, whether it's a delivery driver. If we're on site, they can come in and see the animals. We have a choice of animals. So you're probably thinking, why do we have such a strange selection? But we have people who have worked abroad. They've lived abroad. They know about the animals. They've had tortoises as pets, so that we can actually help them bring those memories back. And it's a different talking point. So we were somewhere on Wednesday, and this college, and you had 2 people that have not spoken for the whole 2 months they've been there. By the time we finished, they were still talking, and this was 2 hours later. So we're an icebreaker at the same time. And we have great understanding and knowledge of animals. So I grew up with animals, and over the years I spent 8 years at university, and then retraining to be an animal-assisted therapy practitioner. And having my own pets and rescues, I've kind of gained that experience. And we do education. So we provide people with education on how to look after pets correctly. What else is there? So the Pet Food Bank is not just a pet food bank. It started off as just providing for those that can't afford pet food. We now provide pet accessories. And we've had a rethink. We've turned it all around, and it's now an animal therapy site as well. We've got fish on site. We've got axolotls on site, which people don't understand because they can regenerate their own limbs and the tails and their hearts and everything. We've got skinks. We've got plated lizards. We've got the dog on site. The bearded dragon lives on site. So we get members of the public coming in just to see the animals. So we are providing this full time. So even if they come in for pet food, we can provide them with animal therapy at the same time. And we're seeing 50 to 70 people a week. And each one usually comes in, looks at the fish tank and just sits there for an hour. Because it's providing that service that they don't realise they're gaining from it. Does anyone have any questions, comments, anything before we come around with some? So an axolotl, it's a Mexican salamander. It lives in one lake in Mexico. And it's one of these that's never transformed to live out of water. And yeah, it can grow pretty much any part of its body.
If you ask any kid who plays Minecraft, the reason we've got so many is that they became very popular in the latest release, I think it was, for caves and something in the Minecraft world. They got them, they're really hard to look after. In the wild, they're almost extinct because the lake that is next to Mexico City, where they come from, is so polluted. All of these are bred in the UK through the hobby, they call it, people collecting them. But unfortunately, they realise that you've got to keep them in 18-degree water. So you need a chiller in the summer. There's a lot of expense. So they suddenly go, oh, can't afford this. So, yeah, we ended up with 6 in a bucket outside one morning. Well, you've named them all sorts of weird names, though.
Yes. The fin whale.
Yeah, the fin whale.
Well, they found us.
Yeah. Turtles we get quite often on the north coast, as well as whales, but they say it was acting erratically in St Ives Bay the day before, so they'll wait for the autopsy to come back to find out why it was washed out. But it's sad it had passed away.
So they reckon.
Yeah,
they
possibly.
By the fishing nets.
Yeah, plastic pollution, fishing nets, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, our seas are full of it. We were over in Madagascar last year with a tour of zoologists Nick was with. I'm not a zoologist. My whole experience of animals is a pepperami. I grew up with... Yeah, I'm a bit of an animal. No, I grew up in Africa, so I'm kind of used to bugs and things, and I love the beautiful reptiles and things. But Nick's an actual zoologist and went out with this tour, and it was really sad to see the water. In the water was just plastic bags, cups, you name it, just going past in these pristine waters. 20 years ago, you wouldn't have seen any of that, and it is sad. Our planet is slightly getting polluted.
White sharks now, haven't we, in Cornwall?
They might have been here all the while.
Yeah.
You never know. We don't know very much about the great white sharks. In the southern oceans, Hoon Point, Cape Town, Port Elizabeth, George and Eisenhower, there's a great colony of them, so is there in America. But what is in our seas and how they operate is still a big mystery. That's why we're learning every day.
I think the sea temperature's rising and it's warming up. That's why they come in, because the temperature rises.
Yeah, it could be following the fish. It's all about food and, but we're lucky. There's not many people get eaten by great white sharks. So bull sharks, yes, but great whites, they've got a bad reputation, but they don't eat that many people. Yeah. Yeah, we have basking sharks, but they're harmless. When we were out in Madagascar, we were privileged to see a whale shark, and they're absolutely huge. But they don't eat fish, they just eat little krill. So they're totally harmless. But that noise does go in your head. Do, 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 do. Yeah.
Possibly a silly question.
How do you work with the emergency services?
How do we work with emergencies? Normally I dial 999 in my pocket when I'm driving along without knowing. No, I make sure I don't. No, pardon? No, I was going to say, Nicola goes along sometimes to the ambulance station, and she'll explain that one to you.
So with Chipping, a therapy dog, he's got access to all areas. We've worked with them when they were stacked outside Trelisk, and not only for the staff, the paramedics, the ambulance crew, their well-being in 12 hours waiting is important. So we'll do that. But also the pet food bank is emergency service well-being stop. So they can come in, they can see the animals, the dog on site. We provide them free food, free drinks.
Likewise with carers. So if you're caring in a community, you're a carer, you need someone to have a quick pee break, want a cup of tea, sandwich, whatever, biscuit, you can come in, it's a warm space, we've got toilets you can use and make yourself at home, type your notes up, there's a bit of Wi-Fi. Top of Old Hill. If anybody knows the red bus that just got moved to County Hall in Falmouth, the famous red bus, well, literally just before you get there, on the corner of Grenville Road and Old Hill, is right on that corner. There's a pasty shop and there's a little fish and chip shop, and we're in between the two. So, but yeah, and we're on Facebook and social media things. You can look it up. Yeah. All right. 70s, yeah. I've got a friend who lives in Melville Road. No, it's no longer there.
I went there when I was small.
Yeah? It's now, I think, a block of flats, so sadly. Because the children's home's behind Kimberley Park.
I'm in house. There's 2 children's home in Fal.
That one's still there. We have this little machine where you put blank paper and print money. No. Yeah, it's there's a money tree down here. Just ask Babs. So they're growing them quietly in the back. No, Nicola does all the hard work. She'll explain the funding. I just do the driving around a bit.
Shut up. We had lottery funding this year for the pet therapy side, and then we do for the pet food bank. We get donations like Pets at Home, Blue Cross. We've teamed up with them, so we get regular food donations. We do dog shows. We go around to the community, and this is who we are. We have stuff on site, so if people can afford to purchase stuff but not at full price, we can sell stuff that's like half the retail price, because not everyone can actually afford like a £30 harness and stuff like that. And then that goes back in to generate our funds as well. And then the only charge we give to care homes is their fuel. So we travel, Carbis Bay is the furthest that way, and then the other way is Launceston, Callington, Liskeard Way. And they just give our fuel for us, and we give our times for free towards that.
Basically, we don't have any free time. Let's get a weekend, we're doing a dog show, doing something, some fundraising thing. Got a craft thing coming up with one of the care homes. The Barchester in Falmouth, that's on the 25th, isn't it? So it's the way of bringing in some money and then funding it from that.
Is there any other questions before we bring some animals around?
Yeah, we've had great support. Obviously, I've got to put this in here because we're with Chaos today. Great support from Chaos right from the start. Nick, actually, you went along to the farm in the beginning and was working out on the farm and everything else. And also, they've been supporting us through opening up this warm space so that people who can't afford to keep their houses hot can come in and enjoy the warmth that their lovely reptiles need to live. And we have that set up at the moment. If there's anybody who really doesn't like something, just let us know beforehand. Or if you're allergic to, I don't know, fur or anything, you don't like it, just let us know. We're not here to terrorise you, honestly. Well, Nick might be, but... So this is Evie. Evie came to us as a rescue. She's about 4, is she, Nick? And she's an omnivore, so she'll eat meat as well as vegetables. but she's got little tiny teeth. She's not going to hurt you. She's very sentient. She knows her name. She knows where she is. She recognises herself in a mirror, like every good woman should. And she's got ears, and she's got really good eyesight, and she can see all around. Whereas, like, snakes don't have good eyesight. They can only see about 20 centimetres. She can actually recognise people, so she'll know different people. She knows who I am, who knows Nick is. And if she sees people regularly, she'll associate a name with them. So she's very clever. But she won't bite you, so you're right. She's going to live probably for about 20, 22 years, which is a lot longer than what she would live in the wild. Snakes, like corn snakes, live for about 3 years in the wild. She would only live to about 15. The reason their life is expanded in captivity is because they're fed, they're looked after, there's no predators, they don't get injured. So, well, yeah, she does have claws, but they're not very sharp.
Yeah, ready to take round?
Yeah, I'll take them round.
Give the mics to.
Yeah.
What are you taking?
I'm going to go and take Donnie. So Donnie's a tortoise, and tortoises don't bite, so you're right. Would you want me to take a rabbit?
I'll give these to whichever.
group that we have, or the next act, or next session. I don't know how you want to phrase it. Act sounds good. I'm going to give that one to you, Alison. Jess, you're on. She's coming. So this is our community outreach team from Chaos, and we have Lindsay, who kind of leads it and is the head honcho. We have Sam, we have Alison, we have Brona, and we have Jess. So I'm going to hand over to them to explain what they do and how they do it.
Sorry, I'm really old school. I've got a piece of paper because I'll just forget what I want to say. So I'm Lindsay, and I've worked for Chaos for about over 8 years now. When I was asked to do this presentation, it fills me with complete dread, I'm not going to lie. I'm a person that doesn't like to be on show. Anyway, this probably stems from being a child. So I'm the youngest between me and my brother Luke. My brother Luke has a rare condition called Charge syndrome, which is an extremely complex syndrome involving extensive medical and physical disabilities. Not many people know this about me. He wasn't diagnosed with this condition until he was about 44 years old. And in the early days, my mum didn't want him to have a label because it was her son. Luke is Luke with all his quirks. He's funny, he loves music, and can tell you what is number one in March 1990. He can tell you how he gets to places he spent hours looking at map books. Since he's been diagnosed, knowing what Luke's condition was, it's helping people to accept it. She says not having the label was much harder to get people to understand and accept who he was. I've watched my mum fight every corner. She was determined that he should be treated with equal opportunities and shouldn't be disadvantaged due to his condition. Luke achieved so much. It was thought he would never talk. He talks. He would never walk. He walks. He wouldn't make it past 7 years old. He's 47. He's survived a kidney transplant. He's gained some GCSEs and he's worked from the age of 18. And he worked in retail. And he worked till he was about 40. He's got lots of hobbies and does volunteering now. So my mum's my inspiration and probably why I do the work I do today and why I'm so passionate about the work we do in the community. She often says we have to help others to accept and we have to understand it's a journey of different lengths. I truly believe everyone should have the same opportunities and to live a life where they feel included within our society. I lead a team of 25 fabulous people who do the most amazing work within our community. So I'm going to hand over to them now because they do the work. And they've got some good news stories, which always makes me proud when I hear them and really humble at what we do here at Chaos. So I'm going to hand over to you guys. So we've got a collection of health and wellbeing workers, social prescribers, mental health. We've got it covered today, I think, yeah? Who's going first?
Oh, okay, I'll go first. Okay, I'm Alison. I'm a mental health crisis worker for Royal Cornwall Hospital. I've been in this role 2 years. What I do is I help the A&E department with frequent attenders, so people who are struggling with their mental health. They are referred to me on discharge, and I work with them on a one-to-one basis, so it's not in a clinical setting, it's their choice, so it can be within their home, it can be in a public space, and it is anything that they need it to be. For example, one of my first clients was a very young girl. She was, I think, 18. She had been in a very bad relationship that had really affected her mental health, and at the same time the family were losing the home that they had been in for 18 years. This had a spiral on her mental health, and when she was referred to me, if she wasn't in hospital, she was just in her room. She would not see anybody. She had no hope. She didn't want to go any further. And I built up the relationship, and it just started from text messages, and I built it up really, really slow. Text messages, phone calls, and when they feel ready, I will go see them. And I sat with her on her bed, chatting about anything. It didn't have to be about the causes. It was just anything. I kept in touch on a daily basis, a weekly basis, monthly basis, whatever they need. But I worked with this girl for a year. I got her into services like Georgia's Voice. I help the family find ways to find accommodation. We got her into education, and I worked with this girl for a year. And when she left, she discharged herself from my service. She had a friendship group. She was in the support groups. She had gone back to education, and she had also got herself a part-time job and had 0 admissions to A&E for the past 6 months. She was like a completely new person. So for every person that I get that come to me and they are feeling at the end of where they think they can go, it's proven that it can be turned around if they have somebody who will just give them that time. It doesn't have to be big therapy sessions. It's just having someone there, and a lot of the time it's isolation and having someone to talk to. And I have clients that just phone me on a daily basis and use me as like a venting service, or just, oh, guess what I just done? I just managed to do this, and it's just someone to talk to, and that builds them up. And yeah, that's just what I do. I'm basically whatever they need, and I will go and sit with them in support groups. If that support group isn't in the evening, which unfortunately a lot of groups are, and people are then don't want to go to them on their own, I will take them in the evening and I will sit with them out. I can't always go in because of confidentiality, but I will sit in my car outside for 2 hours so they know if they want to leave, I am there outside and they can go and have that. And I'm actually very proud that I do that for them. So yeah, I'll pass over.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Brona. I'm one of the new CHWWs, so it's Community Health and Wellbeing Workers. I was one of 2, but just one of 1 at the moment, working in the Truro area. We also have teams working in Newquay, St Austell and Falmouth. We've started the project from February, and we are working with the 20 most deprived areas in Truro. At the moment, we are working with 50 plus households, and referrals are coming in strong and fast. You may see us around Truro do some door knocking, so just give us a wave if you see us. We're not selling anything. So we have had people come to us with all issues. So we work with people on whatever is most important to them at the moment. So that changes for everybody. So we've done some really good positive work. I've worked with one gentleman who reached out for support when his mother had passed away. He needed support with lots of things, so we've gone in, we've used PHB to declutter his home. He was living in one corner of the room. He now has full access of his living space. We've done yet another one with Age UK, and we've decluttered another part of his home. He has said that he hasn't seen it like this since he was a little child. He can't stop going in and just standing looking at the room. We've helped support him with RSPCA support for both his dogs needed neutering, and it was too expensive for him. We got vouchers. We've done food support, pet food support, support with bills, application for AA, Blue Badge. And again, I'm just sort of someone at the end of the line. I have a few residents who will message me daily, who will ring me daily, just knowing that they have somebody that they can reach out for. So this is just, it's different. Some people's issues are very small, some other people's are huge. It is just individual based. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. We're getting really positive results, and long may it last, and we hope to get bigger and better. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. I'm Jess. I have worked for CHAOS for 8.5 years now. I've worked in various different roles, but my most recent role, I have been working with young people on the Compass project. Compass is all about helping 15 to 24-year-olds back into work, training, education. That means I've worked in lots of areas across Cornwall, from kind of Penzance to Loo, but my main areas were St Austell, where I worked in Poltest School, Penrice School and St Austell College. And I've supported over 200 people, I think, on the project altogether. and it's been amazing. It's been probably my favourite job I've ever had, and that's thanks to Lindsay being such a good manager as well. On the GCSE results day I just don't think I'll ever forget that day. I felt like a proud mum to like over 40 young people. They all sent me their GCSE results, and it was just amazing because some of those young people didn't have parents to report to that day, or they did, but they didn't really pay any attention. So that's where I have just, really embraced this role. One story in particular, we have helped a young person. She was at Truro College, and then she we tried to reach out to her, but she didn't take the project in at the beginning. And then about 4 or 5 months later, we got a phone call from her, and she said, "Is it, can I still get the support?" I was like, "Yeah, of course." She's 17. She moved to this country when she was 5. She came from Poland. And I think all throughout her school life and her college life, she really struggled with blending into her friendship groups, that kind of thing. And she just didn't like it. She just didn't go to school. She didn't go to college. She just really struggled. And in the end, she was either told to leave college or she was going to be kicked out because of her attendance, not because of behaviour or anything like that. But she was doing health and social care. And of course, us at Chaos, that's our bread and butter. That's where we stemmed from. So that's something we're really passionate about. So I met with her after several attempts. She was kind of not engaging again. Met with her, signed her onto the project, told her what we could do to support her, and reached out to Kelly at the time, who was managing the Step Down Hotel, and we said, let's go for it, because our Step Down Hotel is a hospital discharge hotel. So we took her there. I took her there to her interview, and she did all right. She did really well for her first interview. She was good. She answered all the questions. She did, the right thing. And we wanted to put her onto an apprenticeship scheme to keep her into education because she was only 17. So I found an organisation that came to meet her at the Step Down Hotel, but unfortunately she didn't pass her maths. But that did not stop us wanting to take her on and work in the health and social care sector, because if you kind of let them go, that's where they just lose out and they go off and they meet friends and they get into the wrong kind of situations. So she's still working at the Step Down Hotel. She's doing amazing. We went there the other day for some interviews, and I seen her, and you just feel so proud that they've kept on to that and they work so hard. And actually, they don't fit into the education sector, but they want to work and they want to help people. So, I think having that as a story, I think that kind of sums up Compass in general, really. I love it. Unfortunately, it's an ESF-funded project, so it is ending in December, but we will be going on to another education project. So, watch this space. Over to Sam.
Hi. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow all of that. But my name's Sam. I work for the HIU project, which stands for High Intensity User I Almost Forgot, after 2 years. And I work with frequent attenders and users of emergency services. So what we do, we get a referral from the hospital to get involved, to initially just have a talk with them, see what's going on, see why they're going to hospital so much, because there's usually an underlying cause of why it is. And obviously in Cornwall we're a bit limited on resources and services and things like that. People don't always know where to go or how to help themselves. So I'm here just as more of a problem solver, more solutions based, really. And it all starts with just a conversation, having a plan, and just going forward, building rapport and seeing, pushing them up the hill however I can. I did have a lady who lived in St. Ives. Oh yeah, sorry, the other part of my job is that I look after mental health discharge patients. So when they leave the hospital, it's more of a home to hospital care instead of 100% care to nothing. So in that transition, I help them back at home and help to prevent relapse. I did have a lady in St. Ives. who came from hospital discharge, still very, had a bit of work to do. But when I first met her, she didn't have any electric, gas, or anything like that. Everything was switched off because she was in the middle of a move. So she needed bits and bobs. She didn't really know where to go, who to turn to, what help was available, and I helped her with different funding options and travel things, waste removal, just little bits that you can do to chip away. And once, one goal is done, then the load seems a bit lighter afterwards. So, yeah, that's basically what I do. Did I ramble? I rambled.
Does anybody have any questions for our community outreach team?
Oh, get on.
I just want to say I think you're brilliant, all of you.
Hey.
Anybody else?
Yeah, are you working alongside some of the other organisations that we've heard from today? And if so, how do you work together?
Oh, I only came in the afternoon. I don't know who's been on.
Well, we do kind of work with the Creature Feature Show. They come along to our events. I know last year we did a care tour, superheroes, and we went around on a double-decker bus around Cornwall, and the Creature Feature Show came alongside us. So at that point, we were kind of promoting the services that we offer. So the Creature Feature Show definitely came along.
I know that I have signposted people to the Women's Centre quite frequently in Truro, so yeah, that's who I use.
So we work with all services across Cornwall. There are 4,000 plus, and I am learning them bit by bit. So what we try to do is to go in and offer support and get the professionals in that area to offer the support. So we work with as many services across Cornwall as we possibly can, and the more the better, pretty much.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay, thank you very much, guys. So next up, we actually have Andrew. And I'm going to have to ask you, because I never remember, CILL is Centre for International Learning and Leadership. There we go. It's a very new thing to me, being presenter, so I will welcome Andrew. I'll get the clicker. Okay. So it's just literally that one to come forward.
That one to give it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I feel something like an imposter being here after hearing from such amazing people today, and people who are really rooted in the community, who have so-called lived experience of things. I've been moved by so much of what we've heard, and I'm sure that everybody has. But there's a connection, and I think there's something we can say. I'm Andrew Hadley. I'm director of the Centre for International Learning and Leadership. And very briefly, in a nutshell, we are a training and consultancy organisation. We specialise in international projects, focusing on non-formal learning and intercultural skills, intercultural learning. So whether that's in this country or internationally. International thinking, values and skills, I think that sort of speaks for itself, but I'll elaborate a little bit. And really, fundamentally, it's about increasing young people's access in one way or another to international experience. And as you can imagine, that's never been more important than it is today. And I shan't get into politics, don't worry. And why it's important. Sorry, I'll come back to that. what we do, three things. We get involved in policy discussions wherever possible about the importance, the value, and the how funded these work can be. We run our own programs, which are things like leadership skills courses, life skills courses, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about, advocacy, and so on. And we provide consultancy working for other organisations to help them to do international activities. And that's where the CHAOS link in particular has come in. I won't read through all of those, but those are some of the reasons why we think international work is vital and international opportunity is vital for young people. There are benefits to individuals, there are benefits to organisations, and there are definitely benefits to communities as well. But it's summed up quite nicely in that quote, which came from a survey we did a couple of years ago about international opportunity, that young people need to see other cultures and ways of living. It improves tolerance of different ideas, it broadens horizons, it boosts employability skills, independence, and so on. And to expand their mindset beyond, well, in this case, Britain, but beyond wherever they happen to be. So we've been working together with CHAOS since 2018. It's been a brilliant experience. We love working with CHAOS because it's an organisation which tends to say yes, rather than say, oh, that's too difficult. And we all know what that feels like. So it's an organisation that's creative, and dynamic and community-based. But I think what links us is what Babs always calls the golden thread of CHAOS. That thread that runs through all of CHAOS's work, based around inclusivity, around community, around real purpose and values, absolutely fundamentally held values. And I think we're connected by those values, and they're very, very important to our organisation as well. And I like to think, and I hope, that we are helping to pull that golden thread out beyond Cornwall and beyond England, and around, maybe help to tie it around the world, because there are many people out there who share it. Some of the things we've been doing with CHAOS, helping to build international partnerships and provide opportunities for the CHAOS team to get overseas, to do different work. I know that some of them have been to Czech Republic, I think, and Finland, and perhaps other places as well. We've been bringing, over the last 3-4 years, groups of international volunteers over to work with the CHAOS team for up to 12 months. And many of you will have probably met some of those volunteers who've been here, and the last group has recently left. We've been running a project which is called Time for Tea. We started to introduce it into Cornwall. There's a lot more information about it over there in the corner, and on your way out I shall give you things to take away to tell you more about that project. But it's basically an advocacy project, very simple, free, easy to run for young people, but actually it can be used for anybody. It doesn't matter your age, your ability, your background. It's open to all, and it's creative and fun. We've been involved in CHAOS TV and now CHAOS Radio for the last few years, particularly during the COVID period. And the conferences as part of these international projects. And last year's one on the cliffs that some of you were at, and today's, which I think is even better. Great fun activities, but really meaningful as well. These are things that matter. And we'll come back to that perhaps at the end. Important to recognise that this event has been co-funded by the European Solidarity Corps programme, which some of you will have heard of Erasmus+. This is a parallel programme which is all about volunteering. Sadly, no longer available to the UK, and I must emphasise that is not a consequence of Brexit. It's a decision of our government, which could have been taken at any time in or out of the EU. We very much hope these programmes will come back again in the future, because the UK can be part of them. There's nothing to stop us. But what it presents us with is a challenge. How are we going to go forward? How are we going to fund international work in the future? And that relates to some of our current initiatives. How do we do more of these things? How do we think out of the box, think creatively to enable international work to happen? We've set up something called the Intercom community, which is an information platform that is accessible to anybody who's got those sort of interests, particularly in the non-formal and youth sector, but across education. We're also working to try and promote locally based initiatives, because part of the problem with those big programs is that they're very bureaucratic, they're difficult to access, and they're not necessarily meaningful at the local level. I think there's an opportunity to do things that grow from the ground up, and an organisation like CHAOS and many of your other organisations, I think, would be the ways of doing that. And then you can approach the funders and the stakeholders that you know locally, who will have much more of an interest in supporting the work because it matters locally. We're doing the Time for Tea project, as I said, heritage projects, and then something called Takadam moving forward, and that's what I'd like to talk a little bit more about just now. You'll notice that it's got Arabic writing on it as well, and that, I think, makes it a very interesting program. And if you speak Arabic, apologies for my pronunciation, because I know that Takadam it has a different, better pronunciation. But it means essentially moving forward. And it's a life skills program for young people. It's been developed by the British Council, and we're working with them to run it in this country. It's an interesting example because it's the first thing that I'm aware of which has been developed in the Middle East and is now being brought here. Now, apart from the name, actually, there's nothing culturally specific about it. So it's applicable to young people anywhere from any culture. So that's, but it just gives it a very interesting flavour. And the reason why I want to focus on life skills is because they're basically helping young people to move forward through life in work and society, to be productive members of society, and also in their education in general. Oops. Sorry, I seem to have... Yeah. It's also about change. We're all affected by change all the time. But what this type of program is about is reversing the direction in which things go. So normally change affects us because our leaders and the law affect the environment and the community, and that has an impact on us, and there's not much we can do about it. But by changing your mentality, you can think about it the other way around and see how you can affect your community and the environment, and how that can then affect the leaders and the law and the authorities. So it's about empowerment. Oops. Oh, yeah. It's also about understanding yourself for young people. It's looking at yourself and other people, and realizing that there's different ways of looking at things. I love these optical illusions, and we've got many of them. But what you see to begin with might not be the reality, or other people might see it differently, and that's absolutely relevant. Of course, we know nowadays, we all have different views, but we've got to be able to understand that different people see things in different ways. And it's based around what we call the 3 C's. So the whole program is based on developing people's creativity, their critical thinking, and their ability to collaborate. And a whole range of other skills that go with them, and this is by no means a complete list. There are many, many more. What we tend to call soft skills, transferable skills, or life skills, or 21st century skills. Lots of ways of calling them. We call them international skills, by the way. And they're all linked up, and you can draw lines between any of those, and you'll find meaningful connections. And that's what we try to help young people to do. And we take people really what we want to do is to take them out of their comfort zones, but also to recognize when you're in your panic zone, things that really stress you out, and actually say, well, you can come back a step from that. Let's get you into this middle zone, the stretch zone, which is where you can try out new things, you can actually take risks, you can learn, and you can grow. So, a quick challenge for you, and this I'll give you a minute with whoever you're sitting next to try to remember one of these things. When was the last time you read a new book or learned a new skill or met a new friend? I'll give you a minute just to discuss that. So would anybody like to share any of those things? I don't know if we've got another microphone that people might... Yes, yeah. So if anybody just want to share very quickly one or two things.
Well, I think I can say today for a few of them. Had a new idea today. Right. Let's have a look. Met a new friend today. Heard an amazing story today. So I think today's a few.
Brilliant. Yeah. Anybody else like to share one?
I did last Saturday. I was at my daughter's place, and she cooked a new style of biryani. So it was really nice. It's not my daughter who made it. It's a growing up daughter who made it, a 17-year-old.
Wow. Great. The point of this is one of the sort of starting points that we would do with young people, and we'll go into this in much more detail, and then many other things as well. But at the beginning of that kind of program, you're asking them to look at those kind of questions and think those sorts of things about themselves. And trying new things is absolutely vital to that growth that we talked about. And we'll give them a challenge. We'll give you a challenge as well. But to go back home, and we would normally say to them, before you come back for your next session, you've got to go and do something that you've never done before. It can be as small as you like, but do something new. And think about how it feels to do something new. And the results are incredibly positive. Yeah, I totally agree with you about today. I think it has been an example of a lot of those things. I can name probably 4 or 5 of those that apply to me today. So there's a measure of success for Chaos. Thank you for that. We also look at creativity. You know what this is. Little paper clip. And it's used for clipping paper together. But here's your next challenge. I'll give you a couple of minutes, just again with who you're with. Oops, sorry. How many new uses can you think of for a paperclip? And it can be anything. It can be realistic or not realistic. It doesn't matter, but just to be creative. Well, as you can imagine, this is one that can go on, and normally you'd give young people, a few minutes to come up with 20 ideas, and then you say, okay, now another 20, and now another 20. And it's amazing how once you start to unlock people's creativity, their imagination flows. Would anybody like to show what's the craziest idea that you had?
Well, I think it's a classic one is when you want to take a SIM card out of your phone, mobile phone.
That's a good one.
And another one, I used it to, when I want to open a key ring, to put another key through it. So I use that one, and it works.
Good one. Any others? Anything more crazy than that?
I was worried about Zoe because she said picking locks and writing your name on a school desk.
Fantastic. Any more? Did you have one you wanted to share?
Go on. You share about turning.
Okay. I've used it a couple of times for many different things. And I said one of the naughty ones was opening it up and using it to clean my ear. It was really itchy. And I've also used it to scratch my head. Yes, all those kind of naughty things.
Amazing. We've had, you always get different ideas every time you ask this question, but it unleashes creativity. I mean, we've had a pin for a headscarf. We've had a walking stick for a grasshopper, for example. You can, so on and on you can go with the uses. We also look at critical thinking, trying to analyze situations. Another lovely optical illusion, which every time I look at this, I still find it very hard to work out what's quite exactly going on there, but there it is. So are they both right? Are they both wrong? Are they somewhere in between? What is truth? And then you can go on and on and on nowadays with all of that. But here's another puzzle for you. Which balls should you put in the circles in order to add up to 30? So I'll give you a minute for that problem. Yeah, which 3 balls should you put in the circles to make 30? Well, some of you will be good at maths and some of you won't be, but who thinks it's impossible? I think it's impossible. Okay. Who thinks it might not be a maths problem? So maybe have a think of it again if it's not actually a maths problem. Well, it does involve maths, of course, because you have to add them up. I'll give you the answer in 10 seconds. Sorry? usually, if we go on a little bit longer, somebody will get it, because it involves different types of intelligence or different types of thinking. But if you look at it on the face of it, it's impossible, because, of course, none of those numbers as such will add up to 30. But it doesn't say which numbers should you put in the circles. It says which balls should you put in the circles. So it's a challenge, and there we are. Yeah? So it's about looking at things in different ways and challenging people to think differently, and to use their visual, what you see as much as what you think, and to challenge your assumptions, and so on and so forth. And this is just one of many little challenges that would be thrown into this type of life skills training program. The important thing about this is that it's this kind of learning is ideal for all kinds of groups. We run it with schools, we've done it online, we've done it with informal groups. But the most interesting group we're working with at the moment is a group of, I won't say young people, because there are many ages actually, up to probably around 40 or so, a small group of people in Essex who have autism and other similar learning difficulties. And we're working with them, and they've been immensely responsive to it, because of all the issues which you heard about before, and all those difficulties about getting into employment, and all of those barriers. And some of their volunteers have also joined the program, who are themselves people with mild learning disabilities, but who have been held back in their lives by unfair educational barriers. And this kind of program actually is what actually makes them think, yes, I can move forward. And just to show you, an important point is that we're doing that with specialist partners, and partnership is vital. Some of the feedback has been amazing, and I'm just going to show you a few of the comments that have been made by the people on that particular course, people with these learning difficulties. I've become more confident at communicating. I realized I was using some of those skills. Helps you to build the skills. Some of them said it helps you to build friendships, but the one I like the very best is the last one. I realized I am not stupid. And it's amazing, isn't it, how so many kids go through school being told that they are stupid, or being, if not told, feeling that they're stupid because they're not academic. But it's not about that. There's so much else you can do. So that's what the point of this program is. I'm from Cornwall. My family home is over at Coverack. It's, as I would say, is beyond Coverack, and most people don't imagine there is a beyond Coverack, but there is, more or less, just a little bit west of Coverack. Mind you, people in London, as I think Tom was saying earlier on, people in London don't think there's a beyond Exeter, so they don't realise. But next year, for sure, I'm going to be focusing a little bit more of our work on Cornwall. I'd like to grow some of that international work in and around Cornwall and from Cornwall. And the way we work is always based on partnership. So working with CHAOS is a great example, a wonderful partner to work with, and I want to continue that and develop it. And the first thing I want to do is to think about what this conference might be like next year, because what a great start this today has been for me. Humbling, actually, what some of the things we've heard. And I would love to work with any of you, any of the other organizations that you're connected with. I'd love to just start off by having a conversation and seeing what we might be able to do together. Because how many times do you hear the words Cornwall and international in the same sentence? Not very often, I think. And I think we could do a lot more. And by doing that, we will actually really, really enrich the education and the potential life experience of young people in the county. So I'd love to be part of that with you. Thank you very much. We could, if there are any questions, I think we've got a couple of minutes, have we, for questions? I don't know if anybody has anything. You do, yes. Sorry?
Where in Cornwall are you based?
Well, as I say, my place is over at near the Lizard, so that's where my base is when I'm in Cornwall. And I'll probably have an office base there as well. But mostly our office is based in London.
Oh, okay.
But that's why I want to shift. I want to shift west. I want to come home. So.
I just want to confirm that taqaddam is very well pronounced. I'm from Lebanon. I speak Arabic,
wonderful.
so well done.
No, I don't get the very well. But thank you. Great. Well, thank you very much indeed. And thank you, Chaos.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Very informative and actually really mind-boggling, some of the puzzles that you had, really kind of getting our brains working. We are having a little bit of a break now because our next speaker is actually stuck in traffic, unfortunately. Yeah, traffic is so bad. And apparently the A30 is, A39 is closed between Carlin Cross and Zila. So if you are going home that way, or normally go that way, you might have to think of a slightly alternative route. So if you want to grab a tea, coffee, there's still some flapjacks and chocolate brownies. Please do help yourself, and we will be back with you as soon as our next speaker arrives. Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Little old me, little old you, little old us.
You are watching Chaos CON'23 with Nathan and Henry. Thanks for sticking with us this afternoon. What's your phrase? Any gossip, any scandal? Make it up.
All the gossip, all the scandal. It's been a day of it, actually. It's really nice. I said there's been some really, really important discussions going on, some really important conversations, and more just nice conversations as well. There's been talking, connecting, and that's exactly what we're all about today. That's really what we wanted from today, is bringing everybody together and sharing those ideas, sharing these contacts. That's what we're all about. We're all on the same team.
I think one of the things that strikes me is just a lot of the conversation people are saying, or comments that are coming up, are people saying how informal it is in a nice way.
Yep.
You know, it's not a big 200 people in a conference centre, all suit and ties doing PowerPoint presentations, because that can be really nerve-wracking for a lot of people and really uncomfortable. People thrive when they're in a real natural environment. So I think here we are in a little polytunnel, grand polytunnel, and I think that really feeds into the vibe of chaos.
I was about to say chaos has always been about that. We're such individuals ourselves, but that work together collaboratively like that. And I think that's what's the beauty of today. Is like, I think that even the representation of none of the chairs matching is, that's chaos, where none of us all match, but we still all go together.
Sure.
And that's what's happened today. And people have really seen that, and they've loved it. Like you say, it can be quite the barrier, thinking, oh, I've got to go to a big, dining hall, conference centre, stand up in front of 100, 200 people, whereas people have come here today, they've dressed comfortably, they've joined in, go get a coffee when you fancy a cup of coffee, go have a chat with somebody if you want to go have a chat with somebody, but as well as also having that really informative pieces as well. It's that perfect blend of the two of them.
I think also nice to see a bit of representation from wider chaos as well. It's not always me and Henry banging on. Nice to see Lindsay and her team, Sam, Alison, first time these guys have really stood up and explained what they do. And I think they work in roles that continue to evolve as well. They join the organisation. Here's the idea. We've partnered with another organisation to try and tackle something where actually now it's really honed in and it's really clear what they do.
And this is it. And they are so busy doing such good work as well that very rarely do they get the chance to come out and talk about it and shout about it, because, we're constantly telling them how amazing that they're doing, and what they're doing is amazing. And sometimes you've got to sort of take a step back and look inwards and go, oh my gosh, look what we've accomplished, look what we've achieved already, let alone what we're working towards.
Yeah, 100%. And we are drawing to the end of the conference. We're getting very close to the end. We're just waiting for one more guest speaker.
Yeah, it's going to be the lovely Joyce Brown from Black Voices Cornwall joining us, and then Jess will sum up the day nicely and send us on our merry way on our Friday afternoon.
And you're doing the big grand finale sing-song.
Yes, the backing dancers have arrived.
The
the backing dancers are outside. They're just getting suited and booted now in leotards. Once they're ready, I'll get them in. Yeah, they wish. Little kick line, we'll be fine. We'll be well away.
I can see Babs, Katie, maybe Lynn's, like the Mamma Mia.
Yeah, I was thinking more Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
Yes, I could see them going for a bit of razzle dazzle.
Yeah, I was thinking when the mums in Mamma Mia movie come out and reform.
Donna and the Dynamos. Yeah. We'd have to think of names. We'll come into you with names, definitely. There'll be some good ones out there.
Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with our final speaker of the day from Joyce Brown. Stay tuned.
See you soon.
Was that thunder?
I think it might have been. The weather has taken a bit of a turn.
It certainly has. Typical Cornish weather. It is November. I keep saying it's November. We are going to bring our live coverage of Chaos CON'23 to an end now. Our final speaker is running a little bit late. So what we thought we'd do is we'll capture that. We'll get it out later on. So first of all, big thank you for watching Chaos Con today. Chaos CON'23.
Yes.
Highlights?
Standing yoga for me.
You were very good at standing yoga.
Thank you.
It's the coordination of mic and jumper I've enjoyed.
I know you've done this as well.
Yeah, I have, haven't I?
We've dressed for the occasion.
Big thank you to everybody who's taken part in Chaos CON'23. Today there's been a lot of fantastic conversations happening, a lot of great interactions, a lot of great people networking, sharing, talking, and that's what it's all about. We've been able to hopefully bring some of that magic to you online today. So even if you've taken 2 minutes or 2 hours today, thank you so much for watching.
I'd say it's been a really wonderful day, and just reiterating, thank you so much for sticking with us, even if it was for just a little while or longer. I think the rain's coming in.
That's it.
I think we might need to sign off.
Thanks for watching. Remember to keep it chaos, and you can catch up on this broadcast whenever you like at watchchaos.tv in about half an hour's time. Yeah. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Ta-da.